The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Hello folks, and welcome to TestJS Summit Backstage. Yes, you are going to come along with me, one of the MCs, Nathaniel Okenwa, backstage as we talk about some of the things that are happening here at the conference in Berlin at TestJS Summit. I know you are probably sitting comfortably wherever you are, but I'm going to stand. I'm going to walk around and show you a little bit of the things that are happening here live at TestJS Summit in Berlin. So, right here, where I've just come from, is the stage of the production track. So this has been where we've had so many amazing talks. There was an amazing talk by David that I really loved, another one that I really enjoyed as well. And then we're going to have some more coming up later. I'm really looking forward to a talk by Mo, which is going to be later on about React and React Native testing. And there is so much really, really cool content that I hope you are enjoying also at home, wherever you are. So many amazing talks on the track. We have 2 tracks. But one thing that was maybe not on the website so blatantly is some of the extra things we have going on for attendees over at the conference. And speaking of things for those attendees, we have amazing sponsors. Now, most people are out gathering lunch, so maybe this place doesn't look as busy, but it's going to get busy in a few minutes. You know what? Now that it's not busy, I think I'm going to steal one of the Storybook folks. So tell us a little bit about what Storybook is doing. Hey, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. What's your name? Tell the people at home.
My name's Kyle Gatch.
And you work for Storybook. What does Storybook do?
I do. Well, Storybook and Chromatic. So Storybook is like an isolated UI development environment that you get development, documentation, and testing all in one place. And then Chromatic kind of gives Storybook superpowers where we automate the testing within your Storybook.
I mean, so Testing Summit is like the perfect conference for you, I'm guessing.
That's why we're here.
Awesome. And so for people at home who maybe want to get better at testing, maybe they want to try out Storybook and Chromatic, like where can they find out more?
Yeah, so there's 2 websites, storybook.js.org would be where you learn about that one. And then chromatic.com.
Cool, check out. And also, one thing I will say, they have pretty cool stickers. I think you should try out, maybe see if you can get your hands on one of these stickers at the next conference that you see Storybook at. Thank you so much, folks. See you around. So lots of amazing sponsors, and with amazing sponsors comes like amazing swag. And this particular sponsor, I think, has some cool swag that I've not seen in a long time. I'm going to say hello to my folks over at the Replay booth. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Tell us a little bit about yourself, or your name, or what you do, and what does Replay do?
Yeah, so Replay DevTools offers Chrome DevTools retroactively.
That's awesome.
What we have here is a replay of a Cypress test, and you can play the video.
So I'm guessing that, I like to think of Replay like, you know where you got slow motion or VAR? If you watch football, you understand. Yeah. It's like VAR for your website.
Yes. So we've all had this experience of a bug coming in or your test failing, and you're like, now what? And maybe you have a video so you can kind of see some things, but you don't have Chrome DevTools. You can't actually inspect your application. You can't look at the React components. You can't add a console log to a video. In Replay, you can.
Awesome. Now, I must say, one thing I love about debugging sometimes is just talking to my rubber ducky, and I love, look at a rubber ducky hat. I think this is like a really cool piece of swag. I am going to leave it. I'm not going to steal one of the last ones left, but it was so good chatting to you, and I'll see you around. Enjoy the rest of your conference. So you get to actually try out so many different cool tools from different companies that are supporting the conference. You can check out the perks. There's often discounts and codes so that you can try out some of the things you want to do. So we've got sponsors who made this all happen, but none of this would really be cool without the speakers. And we don't want you to just listen to the speakers. We want you to ask them questions. So we actually have in person, sorry, I'm just going to step beside you. I don't mean to put you on camera or Ian, but we have this speakers Q&A spot. So in person at the conference, people can just come over and chat to the speakers. But if you do want to talk to the speakers as well, check them out on Discord. Maybe you can tweet at them using the hashtag TestJS Summit as well. And you can let them know what questions you have and get some more information. So much going on. Just going to walk by now. I know some people, especially in the year, may be looking for a new job. We have a jobs board right here. It's actually a physical jobs board. I can see some people who maybe have already found their next employer. But we've got a jobs board here in person. But also there is a jobs board online. So if you go to TestJS Summit, I believe, .com/jobs, you can find out maybe your next opportunity. And if you do, I need a finder's fee. Come and let me know and say thank you for helping you find your next job. Now, maybe you didn't come to the conference because you needed to get some work done. Well, next time you can. We actually have these working zones where people can just chill and work on some of the things that they've been doing. All right, I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to speed run the next couple of bits. Now, I spoke about the talks. I spoke about some of the things we'll be doing. But one thing that I didn't really speak about is the fact that we have 2 tracks aptly named production. Can I slide through, folks? Sorry. Aptly named the production track and the testing local host track. We're going to go to the testing local host track now and just check it out. Now, a fun fact that I learned, and I need to fact check this just to make sure it's absolutely correct, is that the location of the testing local host track is from one of the oldest cinemas in Berlin. So it's pretty cool, and it has a very comfy vibe. You kind of have to check it out yourself next time you come to this conference, but it's pretty cool. And here we have more talks about testing going on as well. We've got a pretty big stage. It's empty now because everyone's going and having lunch. So much quieter here. But you can definitely make sure you check out both tracks. So what I always recommend is check out the schedule, look at the different talks. Maybe there's one that you find really, really interesting that you want to check out, and then you can switch. And also, especially if you've got this event online, you can go back and watch the ones you missed later on. So make sure you make the most of your conference that way. All right. there is one more place that I want to show you before we end this walking tour. And it brings me back to what I say. The thing that I love about like the testing space is it's a wider ecosystem. It's not just people who are building code, but it's a whole community. There's so many different tools, so many different open source communities that like all make this ecosystem a thriving ecosystem where we can learn, we can help each other out. And as part of that, you need to have discussions. We actually have these discussion rooms going on, and we have 2 discussion rooms today. We have a discussion room on AI testing and one on testing tool frameworks. Right now, the discussion room is empty because everyone's grabbing a snack, but you can actually come and you can see there isn't even a big screen or anything. You can come and literally sit down with some of the big contributors to certain spaces. So you can also check it out from online. You can join in and join in on the Discord and talk to people to maybe ask questions or bring things up. And definitely this is why you should be here next year. So make sure you come along. Now, we are out of time, but one thing I do want to say is even though you are watching from home, maybe you're doing other things, maybe you're multitasking, make sure you stay involved. We've got a couple of ways for you to be involved. We have our hashtag, so you can use the hashtag TestJS Summit to tweet. You can also check out the Instagram. If you type in TestJS Summit into Instagram, you should see our Instagram profile. If you post a story, what I love to see is people set up where they're watching from. Post a story. Tell us like where you're watching from, what your home setup looks like. I think I'm going to take a picture later on and show you what it looks like to stand on stage and chill over here. But for me, for the rest of the team, we're going to say goodbye for now. Enjoy the rest of the talks, and I will see you soon. Hello, everybody. If you are in the hallway, feel free to come in and let's get started with the day. Now, just before I kick it off, those of you who are in this room, you're about to have some deja vu. Now, don't worry, there is not a glitch in the matrix, but we are being joined by some wonderful guests. I'd like everyone to turn over to that face and say hello to the virtual audience that is literally just starting the conference for today. And let's give them a round of applause for the people who are joining online. Awesome. Hello, folks at home, and welcome to TestJS Summit. We are going to be your 2 MCs for today, but allow us to introduce ourselves.
Yes, I am Cecilia Martinez. I'm a developer advocate for AppFlow, the mobile CI/CD platform built by Ionic.
And I am Nathaniel Okenwa. I'm a developer evangelist at a company called Twilio. I do a lot of testing. It's really fun. I get to write tests for phone calls, which is really weird, but it uses Node and a lot of other stuff, which is pretty cool. And I like to talk a lot as I write code. So my friends call me Chatterbox Coder. But we are so excited to have all of you here with us today.
And there's a lot of you here with us today. So we actually have 5,200 plus attendees joined us here today remotely. So you are in very good company with learning today for TestJS Summit 2023. And these attendees come from all over. So we have people all over the world watching the conference. These yellow squares here that you see represent the locations that everyone's joining from. So thank you so much for making the time to be here with us to learn and to hear these amazing speakers.
I see some future holiday destinations on that map, so I'll see you soon. All right, but also we want to say a big thank you because we have amazing talks, but these talks wouldn't be here without our amazing program committee. So I'd like us to just give a quick round of applause to our program committee. That is Cecilia, Alex, and Iona. Thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome.
But not only we want you to listen to the talks, we also want you to ask questions. Those of you who are here in person, you already know the drill. You can use Slido at code 0007, so that's 0007, not 007 like James Bond. I almost tripped over there. And you can ask questions. And also, please do at home ask your question. Also, just to help us make sure it's for the right person, drop the name of the speaker who the question is for ahead of it as well. And make sure you ask the question on the production track, which is where we are today. We also have another track running. But we also have another thank you to say. We want to say thank you to our wonderful sponsors, Replay, Postman, Focus Reactive, Cordium, and Chromatic. They're actually here in person today as well, and you can check out their details online to find out how they can help you with your testing.
And also thank you to our media partners. Thank you for helping to spread the word about this conference. So we do want to see you on Twitter, we want to see Twitter today. We want to see you posting photos, your insights about the talks that you've seen. If you're watching remotely, you can use, or if you're here in person, you can use hashtag TestJS Summit. We also want to see how you're joining remotely, so send a picture of your desk, your workstation. If you're watching with your cat, a picture of them too. But just make sure that you're using that hashtag TestJS Summit. We will have a raffle of multi-passes to Git Nation conferences and T-shirts. So make sure you use that hashtag in order to win. You can
win one of these really cool T-shirts. I like the bug shall not pass on it as well. And also one of the prizes as well, like you said, was the multi-pass. So if you like Git Nation events, you should definitely check out the multi-pass, even if you don't win it. It gives you access to all of these great events, and the passes are valid for a whole year. So you can check this out maybe if you want to invest in your training over the next year at portal.gitnation.org.
So let's talk about the program that we have today. For the agenda, all the info that you need is on the internet page at testjssummit.com.
And when you're on the page, if you're watching the conference virtually, you should see a kind of page like this. I really like the UI. You've got the page. And underneath, you also have the schedule of talks so you don't miss anything. You can definitely just check it out and keep track of what is coming up next. We'll also be having discussion rooms. If you are in person and you want to join the discussion rooms, just head out the door and follow the banner to the discussion rooms. And if you are online, it's even easier. You don't need to move. Just click on the discussion room and we'll see you there. And also, I know over here we are able to move around and interact with each other. You can do that too online. We have a virtual venue over at spatial.chat where you can go around and talk and hang out with other virtual attendees. It's just like real life. You walk up to someone and you can talk to them. It's pretty cool. You can find the link to the spatial.chat on the webpage.
Yeah, and so we will have two discussion rooms. We have the AI testing discussion room as well as the testing tools and frameworks discussion room. So like we said, just make sure that you go to that room over here next to testing localhost track and don't be shy, participate. That's what we're here for. You'll also want to make sure that you join the Discord server. You can find the link in the timeline or in your email, so make sure that you don't miss any announcements, and this is also how you'll be able to hang out with remote attendees. We do have a couple of tracks, the community, the Q&A production track, and the Q&A local host track.
And you can also get more information about the amazing workshops that we also have going on if you go to testjssummit.com/workshops-3H. And one thing that I do want to say, because we have people who are here in person, we have people who are online, and we're all interacting in so many different ways, just want to let you know that our code of conduct is across all platforms and in person. And if you want to read it, you can check it at gitnation.org/COC. And if there is anything wrong at any time, head over to coc@gitnation.org, send an email, and we will deal with it as fast as possible. We do not tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels, whether it's Discord, Spatial Chat, Twitter, or in person.
And you also want to make sure that you check out the perks and special offers from our sponsors. So you can go to testjssummit.com/perks. There's lots of really cool stuff available for you from our sponsors.
And if you have some feedback to us, whether you are here in person or whether you are joining online, you can head over to testjssummit.com/feedback and fill out the form. You can fill it out multiple times throughout the day and let us know. Once again, if you do want to ask questions, because we're about to start the talks, feel free to use the Slido 0007, and then you can let us know what you want to talk about. So, are we ready to go?
I think we're ready. Are we ready? Let's hear it.
Nice.
All right, there we go.
Okay,
All
that was about a 4 to 5 out of 10. Don't worry. After we actually do the intro for the next speaker, they'll bring it to a 10 out of 10. And you folks at home will also drop some emojis as well. All right. Thank you so much for joining me, Cecilia. We'll see you in a bit. And it's going to be time for our first speaker of the second half of the day and the start of the day for our folks online. And the next speaker I really, really enjoy. I am based in London and I am a member of the JavaScript community. And one thing I do love is when you have people who contribute to the community. And I think this next speaker has contributed so much to the London JavaScript community, especially when it comes to React and React Native. So here to talk to us about the art of humble views, I really like this title, we have Mo, who is the head of mobile and is a tech lead at Theodo UK, and they've worked on so many projects and startups and genuinely has such a range of experiences and history to teach us about, and so we're going to learn some things from him today. So I'd like you all to give a 10 out of 10 applause to Mo. The stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Nathaniel. That was honestly a very, very kind introduction. I feel humbled. Come on. All right. Dad jokes don't land very well here. Good to know. All right. OK. So today, I'm very excited to be in Berlin with you all. It's my first time in the city, and it is so aesthetically pleasing. The vibes are honestly immaculate, especially with the snow. I'm very excited to be talking about this concept of humble views. We're going to be looking at how you can architect your React and React Native applications to hopefully make it a bit easier to test and also make your applications more scalable. A little bit about me. Like Nathaniel mentioned, my name is Mo. I head the mobile team in the UK for Theodo. So Theodo is a global consultancy with over 700 digital experts, 150 of which do React Native / React. So we've been doing React and React Native from the very early days of when they came out. And as a result, we've kind of gone through phases of evolving and seeing different code bases and seeing different patterns and trying to find ones that last a long time and are scalable. And hopefully, we can share some of that with you today. So testing is a contentious topic. People typically fall into two camps. If you go down the software craftsperson route, you get the likes of Bob Martin, who deeply believe that you need to be aiming for 100% test coverage, that high test coverage is the cornerstone of a good quality code base. So this is the traditional view, and this is the view that the software craftsperson will tell you. More recently, on the other side, though, you've got YouTube influencers in the coding space who will tell you, you know what, I've not been testing for years, and I've been so fast, you can never catch up with me. I worked at Twitch, trust me, bro. And so you get these like different viewpoints, and you get people that are vehemently anti-testing, and you get people that are very, very pro-testing. And so as with many things in life these days, things get polarized to the very, very extreme. On the left, you've got the people that say, don't test, and if you test, don't ever talk to me again. And then on the right, you've got people saying, your code is bad, you should be testing every single bit of it. And really what happens is you've got this testing no man's land in the middle, where all nuance is lost. And they sometimes throw tomatoes at each other from either side, but really you don't get much nuanced conversations around a pragmatic testing approach. And I fancy myself a bit of a centrist. I don't stand for anything. So I'm aiming to annoy both parties with one talk. We'll see how this goes, OK? A little bit of, let me set the scene a little bit. So a couple years ago, I was working on a React Native project in the fashion industry. The app was going to be used in warehouses where they were going to scan items of clothing with a barcode scanner inside of the app. And it would store some information. They could enter in some information about the article of clothing. And it was being used by the back office, effectively. There was a developer on my team who was working a lot on the front-end stuff. And she came to me at one point and was like, I'm trying to write a test for the barcode scanner. Basically, what I want to test is every single barcode has a checksum. The last few digits will be a sum of some of the values in the middle in some sort of mathematical formula. So I want to test that. But the challenge that she found was that she was needing to do so much setup before she could actually test that by rendering the screen. And what do I mean by that? I've actually went and extracted the code, and you'll see how horrifying it is in just about a second. But this screen initially had a bunch of different contexts, and we didn't really need them for the screen itself, but it needed to be mocked so that they could go ahead and test it. Cool, so that's a bunch of mocks. Then some of the client needed to be mocked for the fetch requests. Expo's barcode scanner, which was an external library that uses the native device, needed to be mocked as well because you didn't have access to that in unit tests. Your navigation framework on the native layer needed to be mocked. All right, that's more mocks. Afterwards, we wanted to spy on alert, which is the native alerting functionality within React Native. Another bit of functionality. And then it just kept going on and on and on. It's just like so many mocks before you actually test what you fundamentally wanted to test, which is the core business logic, right? It's really not a good state of the art when you're testing like this. And so she asked me a very good question, which was, does it always have to be so difficult? And it got me thinking about the overall architecture of our code, right? And it leads to a very good question, which is like, what is code architecture? And I really like this definition. So architecture are the decisions that you wish you could get right early in a project. It's a quote from Ralph Johnson, who's a computer science professor in the US. He's written several books around good software architecture. And one of the fundamental concepts that you'll learn within software architecture is this idea of separation of concerns, right? So this idea with separation of concerns is that you can take different components within your application and you try to break them up into individual modules or chunks that are each individually responsible for a single distinct job. And they can do that independent of all of the other bits. That's the theory. So the examples that you get is like the split of HTML, CSS, JavaScript in the traditional web, or the IP stack, which is in almost every single computer science textbook, which is like you've got all these layers to the network stack, and then you can take one out and replace it with something else, and in theory, the rest of the system should work fine, right? Now, we're in React world, and React is a little bit at odds with separation of concerns. What do I mean by that? So React's fundamental selling point and premise of JSX is actually premised on violating separation of concerns. It's this idea that you can bring in your markup into your interactivity layer, start writing HTML-like syntax to represent your UI within JavaScript. So it violates that old traditional mindset of separation of concerns that your HTML does your markup, your JavaScript does your interactivity, and your CSS does your styling. And the rest of the ecosystem kind of follows suit. You have libraries like style components, which lets you do your styling within your JavaScript as well, this whole concept of CSS and JS, right? So we're bringing all these things together. And this is great, by the way. I'm not negating the fact that this is actually a great addition to have as a framework because it makes things so much quicker and so much easier to understand with this component-based mindset. But what it means is that you can put everything kind of in one place and it all just works. So I have the most basic counterexample that you can think of. It's in React Native, but it's the same with React. You have at the very top, you have your interactivity. So it's the use states that you have, the callbacks that you have to increment the counter. But at the bottom, you've got your presentation layer. So you've got your markup and your styling. And if you add a styling framework like Tailwind into it, you've basically got your styling, your markup, so your UI structure, as well as your interactivity, all in one single file, right? So separation of concerns becomes a bit more muddled there. You're not meant to read this code, by the way. Don't try. There's no point. But the idea here is like if you add a little bit more functionality and keep it within the same component, just by like fetching a name of an article and having the button refetch, these files become larger and larger and larger. And as you start to make these components more and more complex, the testing also becomes harder because you're adding all of these different dependencies into a single component or a single screen. And this is by far the biggest challenge that people face, I think, when they're designing their architecture. And it's that React doesn't actually stop you from creating these large components that are not modularized correctly. You end up sort of coding yourself into a corner if you're not consciously thinking about how you split your component boundaries within React. So let's burn this up and look at where this actually goes. A usual symptom that I've seen in code bases, and we've been going on to a lot of different brownfield code bases that you see out in the wild, is that you have these massive React files with hundreds, or in some extreme cases, even thousands of lines. And in most cases, these components end up being hellish to test as well. So this isn't a new problem. People have been building GUIs since the 1980s, right? How did people deal with this when testing was a challenge? If we go back to the drawing board and we take a step out of the JavaScript world, there's been a lot of work that's been done by people in other languages and other frameworks to look at the architectural space and address some of these problems. So you might have heard of terms like model view controller. You might have heard of the term called humble object, which we're going to dig into a bit more today. The model view presenter. Its very close cousin, the model view view model. All these great names, right? You'll love this one. Look at that. The view interactor presenter entity route. It's really very catchy. Viper for short. Now, we're not going to go into all of these. We're going to actually just dig into 2 architectural patterns that I think are actually very helpful in the React space. Let's start with the humble object model. So let's say we have a component, and you want to actually test this component, right? A typical React component can have many things within it. On one level, you can have infrastructure code. What do we mean by that? It's fetching stuff. It's external services. Maybe you're calling a Sentry. Maybe you're calling your Google Analytics. They can all live within a component, and they sometimes you'll find that they do in the wild. You can have business logic, things like transformers, rules that you may have in your code, different flows of logic. You can have UI state and logic that is inherently related to rendering. So that's your form fields, your validation rules, so on and so forth, maybe some interactivity that goes into play. And lastly, you have the actual JSX and the styling. The humble object model is trying to aid with this problem that you may have, which is when you try to test this component in its entirety, it's actually quite complex, because you're needing to mock a bunch of stuff, mock your external dependencies, and maybe you don't want to actually test all of this. If we think about what we really care about testing as the base level and the fundamental level, we really want to test the business logic more than anything else, right? In the case of our barcode scanner, what we care about testing is making sure that the checksum function works well, that if there's a duplicate and two barcodes match each other, that we throw an exception and we throw a validation rule. So what the humble object model says is take that out of the component and separate it out into its own module or file or whatever have you, and put your business logic, put the important bits of your logic inside of that. And instead of testing the actual component directly, you can instead test the humble object. And when you test that, it's a lot simpler, and there's a lot less pain associated to it. So let's go ahead and look at a coding example for this and see a before and after. Cool. All right. So we've got a very basic app setup here. It's a meal prep delivery checkout page. So it's not very well designed, but what you basically have is you have a checkout page, and it has some logic that's added into it. So you have some level of discounts. If your total ends up being more than $50, you get a discount. So you can see once I drop below $50 and I'm on 37, the discounts disappear. And you can fetch and add more items if you're still hungry and want more items added. Other bits of logic that are interesting here is your shipping costs will go up and down depending on your total. So if you're getting less than $20, I think you end up incurring a shipping cost of $5. And you'll also see that the estimated delivery date changes depending on how large your basket is. So we've got a bit of front-end logic that's living here. Let's go take a look at the code. So if we start here, it's a very basic setup. Inside app.jsx, you can see a component that's not even that long compared to what you might see in the wild. It's about 110 lines. Hands up if you regularly face components that are around 100 lines long in React. 200 lines? 600. OK, we've got a winner. All right. 600 is the benchmark. Cool. So there's a lot that's going on here. We're going to quickly run through them. You've got an isTomorrow function. These are just some helper functions. They're utils. You've got a function to get the delivery date depending on the number of cart items. You've got a generate delivery label. So what this does is it checks, is the date tomorrow? If it is tomorrow, just say tomorrow. Otherwise, what I want you to do is render the date in a very specific format. And then you've got the actual React component underneath it. You've got shopping cart, which keeps in state the cart items. You've got a use effect to fetch the starting basket. And then afterwards, you have a reducer to check what the total is. And then you can discount items depending on if the total is more than $50, so on and so forth. And then you've got functions for handling the removing of an item and handling the adding of an item, which fetches another API call. And at the very bottom, we've got the lonely rendering logic, which has got the actual JSX, right? Now, a lot of this is really core business logic. So if you want to test this, and we'll go into our app.test.jsx, which is just a vtest test here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Forgot to ask, can everybody see and read the code clearly, right? Cool, thank you. So what we've had to do at the very, very top level here is we've had to mock the fetch. And then the way that, let's say we wanted to test whether or not a discount gets applied for more than $50 of basket, because that's the core logic that we're testing here. What we've done is we've rendered the shopping cart, and then afterwards we're doing a query selector to check, is there text that has a strike-through applied to it that says $10, which is the first element in our mocked price. And then we're testing it. So in a weird roundabout way, what we've actually cared about testing is very different to what we've actually tested, which is we've tested UI with the goal of validating that our business logic works, right? It's just kind of unintuitive. But what we can really do quite easily is we can take a lot of that and make it into a humble object. And you'll see that the tests are far easier, but also the code looks a lot cleaner. So let's go here and we'll see the shopping cart now. So we've got none of those helper functions above, but we've got a payments that we keep on calling to actually do the business logic transformation. So let's take a look at payments.js and see what's there. You can see it's just a bunch of simple JavaScript functions. We've got an apply discount that takes in the items. We've got a calculate total that takes in the items and runs a reducer on it. You've got calculate shipping costs, which is just a very simple ternary within it. Like everything has become very functional small bits of business logic that we've included here. And then at the end, we just return that as a module itself. And if we go back to app.jsx, what we can see is all we do in our React component is we just start to call these functions that live in our payment service. And that's pretty much it. And then at the very bottom, we've got our actual JSX that's rendering. And when you go into the test file, you'll see it's very basic testing now. You're testing JavaScript. You're not having to worry about the asynchronous behaviors, or you're not having to worry about the component life cycles. You don't need to use testing library to test the core business logic that you have. It's very simple. So what that ultimately means is you spend less time writing the tests, and you can write more effective tests because you're directly checking the business logic. So we've got apply a discount for more than $50. It's very simple. You pass it in an items array, and it returns the items with an added attribute for the discounted price. And then some more stuff about like no discount for less than $50, and the delivery label test. We're really just checking the function that takes in the items and returns the string for what the label is going to be. So we're testing what's really fundamentally important to us. Cool? I need to stop mirroring. Cool. So that is the humble object model. Let's look at the model view presenter. So this is a MVC-like architecture that GUI libraries will use. And it's basically separating out parts of your GUI. You've got the model, which contains the business logic. It contains data fetching. And then you've got the view. Now, what we do here is we make the view a passive view. What that means is the view itself doesn't have any of its like UI state or logic. All it does is it's kind of like a function. It takes in an input with certain values, and it renders accordingly. It's very functional in the approach that it does. And in the middle, between the model and the view, what you slot in is you slot in a presenter. The idea with this presenter is that this presenter will contain all of your UI state. It'll handle converting the UI state. It'll handle converting the model data to a format and a shape that matches what you want to render in the view. So what does that mean in practice? If we look at our example here again, we've taken everything and put it into a humble object. What this also means is we're going to take the infra code and also the UI state and logic and also take that out of the component. And what we're going to do is we're going to put it inside of a hook that lives outside of the component itself. And this is going to be use component, whatever your component would be called. And it'll contain the infra code, but also your UI state and your logic. And it'll also make the references to your humble object as well. And now at this point, it's really at your discretion what you want to test. You could test the hook, or you could test the actual UI component if you really wanted to make sure that the UI behaves in a certain way. A simple way that we kind of talk about this, especially with the rest of the team, is a simplification to say you have a one hook per screen rule. What that means is each component or screen should only be calling a single hook at any time. And you abstract away all of your UI state and logic into that hook. And it really makes it functional. And we'll take a look at how we evolve our coding example to handle this. Cool. So same exact app, but we're going to actually look at the MVP model. So we've abstracted away our humble object into payment. Let's go back into app now and see what it looks like. So what we've done is we've created a hook called shoppingcart.hook.js. It's called use shopping cart. That's the page that we have. And all of the top part of the component has really just been moved over here. So we've got our use state here, the use effect to populate the values, the calls to the payment service is moved here as well, so to the humble object, and then our callbacks to remove and add items. And then we've actually calculated the shipping costs. And what we do is we return an object in this hook, in this custom hook, that's got the transformed items, it's got the total, and everything else that we need in the UI to actually render correctly. And we'll go back into our app.jsx, and it's actually dropped down to about 38 lines. And all it does is it calls this hook and gets the data that's required to render from the hook, and then it just renders it very simply. It's very functional. It's in and out. And that's all that this does. And so what that actually fundamentally means is we still have our payment tests. We've tested all of the business logic. But separately to that, if we did want to test how the UI looks, maybe we really wanted to make sure that the strike-through was rendered when the original prices are no longer applicable and you have a discount, what we can do is we only need one mock here. And this is really fundamentally important when you start to have these complex components that need analytics and Sentry and so on and so forth added in. You have a lot of stuff to mock. And by abstracting everything away into a hook, you always have at most one mock, which is the actual hook that you are passing into that specific component. And what we say to it is, in this case, just return this as the output of the hook. This is the data that I want my screen to get. And then all I'm doing is I'm rendering the app and then very quickly checking to see if this element exists within the DOM. Right? So it's far simpler to test it because you don't have to worry about mocking all of the dependencies. It's just, here's the hook, and here's the value that the hook is going to return. Cool. So why is this important? The idea with this is that you want to encourage your team and your developers to fall into the pit of success. So there's this great article that I would highly recommend reading, which is called Falling Into the Pit of Success. It's by the co-founder of Stack Overflow. And he talks about how C++ is basically a pit of failure or a pit of doom. If you make one misstep in a C++ application, the consequences are massively dire. And it doesn't do anything to safeguard you or protect you from falling into the pit of doom. Whereas a good programming language or a good framework or a good architecture, a good code base will set you up for the pit of success. The idea is that you create these well-designed systems that makes it really easy to fall into good patterns. And you can still allow people to escape those good patterns, but you make it quite difficult to do so. So you encourage people to fall into the pit of success. It becomes very easy for them to be successful. Great. So let's do a recap, and my time is over. The four main points are, firstly, you want to encourage clean code and architecture, and it can really help you reduce the waste in your testing, along with all of the benefits that it gives you in terms of your code-based organization and scalability. If you isolate important business logic into humble objects, you can make it very easy to test the critical components to your app very quickly. Using a presenter layer can make easily testable passive views. That's another name for these views, is the passive views. And you can make it really easy to test those because they don't have any data dependencies. And lastly, and I think this is the key part, there will be a lot of more experienced developers here. You all know these concepts. These are fundamental things that you learn over the years of becoming a software engineer. But actually teaching these principles to your team and explicitly talking about them with your team will help you set them up for the pit of success and hopefully make it less daunting for them to test, especially when it comes to complex components. Thank you all very much for listening. That is my Twitter and LinkedIn in case you want to stay connected. And yeah, appreciate all your time.
Thank you so much, Mo. Please step into the podcast of Q&A. I like the name of this podcast.
Daunting.
Also, as someone who develops in React on a regular basis, I'm like, oh, this is some very, very practical insight into what I'm going to do. So I want to say thank you, first of all, for helping make my life better. I feel like I've learned a lot already today. Kind of one of my favorite things about being an MC is that I get to ask the first question.
Always.
And a thing that I love is like I've done the use component sort of architecture or pattern before. But how do you test the use component hook?
With a lot of pain.
Just blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah, honestly. Don't try it, no. You can test the hook. Obviously, you've isolated a lot of your difficult to test parts inside of the hook. There's different choices, and it really depends. I know that's the cop-out answer, but part of the theory that you'll read if you go into Martin Fowler's blog about humble objects is you're testing the important bits in isolation, and then using some sort of end-to-end test or some sort of smoke test, what you can do is you can make sure that all of the connections and the wiring under the hood works well. So combine it with a good end-to-end testing framework, and you can make sure that your code is covered. But yes, you do have that part, which is far more difficult to test, right?
No, for sure, for sure. And so we got a couple of questions. A lot of them are about the one hook per component rule. So I'm just going to kind of put them all together, if that's okay. Yeah. Which is, firstly, why is it important? And then how do you have any method of creating linter rules to enforce it?
That's a good question. We've actually talked about the linter rules. We don't have a linting rule. We kind of just use the code review process to make sure we stick to it. But I think it would be very valuable to have a linting rule for it. We just haven't invested the time to do it. Why is it so important? I think it's not the rule itself. It's a rule that starts to get people to think about it. It's a very simple rule to give a junior developer who doesn't have much experience, to say to them, don't add more than one hook per each screen or per each component. It's a very simple way to start having this conversation. So I think it's more of like a teaching piece than anything else. It's not a hard and fast rule per se, but it's just a teaching piece. It's a nice way to formulate this concept of the MVP model.
It's a pit of success.
Pit of success. There we go.
Thank you so much. Okay, and someone asked, and I'm guessing the answer for this is yes. Do you follow these patterns yourself?
No, I'm a hypocrite. No, yeah. We try to, especially on greenfield projects, we definitely try to follow these patterns when we're setting up the code base. On projects that already exist and we come into them, it's a bit more difficult, obviously, because they've got their own setups. But eventually what we try to do is we try to go in that direction. And sometimes it's more difficult, sometimes it's easier. It really depends on what already exists. But yes, we really try to do this. And what that also means for our case, especially as a consultancy, is people will work on, in a single year, maybe they'll work on 12 different projects, right? It's like short turnarounds sometimes with projects. Some of them are longer, but a lot of them will be short turnarounds. And as you standardize these patterns, people will have a much easier time coming on and off the projects. And that's great for our clients as well, because it means it's very easy to train people up because you've got rules and you've got consistent mindsets and everything around it. So I think it does definitely help.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. And you kind of spoke a little bit about this, especially because you're not just doing it for yourself. You're a tech lead. You're kind of empowering others, educating others to implement these patterns and many other things on the scale. And how do you avoid bureaucracy with this? Like, so many different people have so many different opinions, as we often see in the questions as well. Like, how do you avoid that bureaucracy?
It's an interesting question because, there's a fine line between doing these mandates that are like, have this percentage of test coverage, as an example, or these are the rules within our code base and we're going to stick to them no matter what. And there's another thing, teaching people about good practices and then using it more as an education piece. And I think the attitude that we have is it's an education piece, it's a training piece more than enforced rules. So, nobody gets a slap on the wrist if they have 2 hooks in their components or anything. It's very much a training piece. It's very much oriented towards learning and teaching, and it's more that the collective wisdom will guide us towards that ideal of having a good code base.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. I think especially as a leader, that's a good skill to be able to have. And the next question is back to the kind of one hook example. So how do you make sure you only have one hook? Do you create a hook that calls the others?
Yes, it's a custom hook that calls the others, yeah.
Definitely check it out if maybe this is a React pattern that is new to you. It's pretty cool and it makes your code so much more readable and reusable. So I personally would also vouch for it as well.
And one of the interesting things with this is if you work in a monorepo structure, let's say you have a React Native app and a React app that are totally separate from each other. Oftentimes, the core business logic is going to be the same. And if you start to take these and make them into custom hooks, what you can do with a nice tool like TurboRepo or NX is actually use the exact same business logic for your web and your mobile apps without having to code it twice. So there are other benefits to abstracting them away and putting them in their nice little own modules as well, which are byproducts of having a rule like this.
Nice, nice. The next question, people love React here. People are very knowledgeable on it, and this is kind of a React question as well. Could you use signals instead of hooks?
I mean, not in React you couldn't, because signals don't have official support in React. But these concepts are like fundamental software engineering concepts. I don't think they're just applicable to React code. I think they're particularly relevant when you talk about React, because it's this component-based model that you can just chuck everything in a component. Other frameworks might have a bit more opinionated patterns. Like if you go into Angular, you'll get an MVC model by default, at least when I used Angular back in the day. And so it's a lot more opinionated, and it kind of guides you in those patterns. I'm sure you can implement something like this with Svelte or with Solid or whatever have you.
It depends answer for the session, right? There's always one. And I think this is one of the kind of interesting things when you come to talks, because a person tells you about a technology and they maybe tell you a specific use case, but you kind of need a little bit from everything. And you kind of spoke about this, about like React Native, and you're specifically giving this talk from the perspective of someone who's preparing tests and applications to fit into both worlds. And that may not necessarily be the same for you. So definitely like knowing all the options on the table as well well. It's quite useful. Let's go to the next one. This is, again, about one hooks. What's the danger of having more than one hook per component?
Well, again, you're starting to add more dependencies. You can split hooks up into different hooks. Let's say you have like 2 custom hooks that use different things. But it's just this concept of creating it simple to follow a pattern within the code base, right? And if you have multiple custom hooks that need to refer to each other, I would still isolate them in one single layer, just because it makes it so much easier. It's very clear. There's one entry point for all of the data into your component, and then it just gets fed into the JSX and is being rendered there. So even if you need multiple hooks, just put them all in one layer of a custom hook, I'd say.
Cool. So now, from now on, if you do want to ask a one-hook question, what I'm going to do is to tell you to check out Mo on the Discord in the speaker discussion room afterwards.
Yeah, cool.
But we do have a bunch of other questions, like one. Specifically, this is kind of about empowering your other team and all these people, maybe people who are early in their career as developers. And so this person has asked, have you used Copilot or GPT to help everyone adhere to these patterns or to self-check that they have these patterns? And have you found any usefulness in it?
Not in the code review stage or in myself for the actual writing up stage, but it's been useful for refactors, actually. So if you go into a code base and you've got these components, and sometimes it becomes mechanical to refactor them into these one hook per screen rules. ChatGPT can be quite good at taking it and splitting up the business logic from the JSX for you in a pretty automated way, because it's quite simple and straightforward to do that. It's very mechanical once you learn how to do it.
And this feels like very brand new, because all of these AI tools are pretty new, even if they're being adopted really, really quickly. Do you see anything changing in the future with the way we use AI tools to help refactor or kind of self-check these things?
I think they can really aid with the code review process. So I've got a colleague, his name is Matt. He's been working on this GitHub library called Code Review GPT. You can search it up if you're interested. It kind of is this idea of like, can we add it into the review process? It's still very much a work in progress. It's not perfected, but I think that's going to be really good in the aspect of it's not going to replace what we do on a day-to-day, but hopefully it can just make pointing out some of the more like mechanical and methodical parts of our job, make that a little bit less time-intensive and automate that part of it.
Awesome. All right, we have time for one more question. And this one is, you're a specialist in React Native, but people here, maybe they work in other frameworks. How can they take some of these patterns and things that you've spoken about? I know you spoke about, especially when we talked about the signals question, but what are some of the concepts that you would say, these are the things you need to remember and apply them into your framework? Or
And maybe we can pair it up with the next question is, why is this talk a React Native one and not just React and Friends? That's due to my poor marketing and not thinking about how this can be applicable to other things. But in terms of how do you apply these to other frameworks, or would I apply them? I think so, yes. And it definitely has a great place in these like component-based UI libraries like React. I think you can easily take this to other frameworks that are component-based. If you get into more opinionated front-end stacks, like if you, let's say, wanted to write a component within, say, Swift UI, I think Swift UI can also take a lot of these concepts and apply it to them, because it's very much based off of the React mindset, and it was inspired by that. But let's say you went into something like a UIKit application on an iOS app. It's a bit harder to do that because the whole framing of how you design UIs is very different. It's imperative. It doesn't behave in the same way. So I think it's really applicable to other component-based frameworks.
Thank you. You know, it's a great talk when the questions branch out into so many other possibilities. Thank you for showing us all of these possibilities. Let's give a massive hand to Mo. All right. Now, I loved how the fact that Mo was able to spark lots of discussion in the questions. And if you want discussion, we have discussion rooms for you. So remember, you can check out the today's discussion room, the AI testing. I know some people actually had some AI questions for this talk as well, which is starting now. So head over to the discussion room if you want to talk about that. And then we'll also have the testing tools and frameworks one later. Just in case you're wondering where that is, here is the floor plan, so you can check out on your way. We're going to pause and have a couple of minutes to switch rooms as well, so we will see you in just a bit. Don't go away.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. If you are joining us in the production track, feel free to come in and grab a seat. If you're at home, get a little bit comfortable, shake around in your chair. All right, we've got more amazing content coming up. Remember, if you have questions for any of the speakers, feel free to use the Slido 0007 and you can join in and ask those questions. Now, our next speaker may be a familiar face to some of you, to most of you, to all of you, I think. This person has been contributing to this conference long before they even arrived. They were part of the program committee helping put this conference together. They actually have come on stage and made this place really comfortable for the speakers and hopefully for you attendees. And now they're gonna give an amazing talk about mobile device testing. To the stage, we will be introducing Cecilia, who is a developer advocate at for AppFlow at Ionic. And they have been doing so much in the community. They are a GitHub star, they help volunteer with Women Who Code, and they're a chapter head of Out in Tech in Atlanta. Coming all the way over to Europe, they are continuing to share the good love and teaching us how we can improve our developer experiences and developer tools. So let's give a massive round of applause for the wonderful Cecilia. The stage is yours.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. So yes, this is mobile device testing for cross-platform apps. As you probably have heard by now, I am Cecilia Martinez. I'm a developer advocate for AppFlow, which is the mobile CI/CD platform built by Ionic. So you're probably more familiar with Ionic or Capacitor than you are with AppFlow. But you can learn more about mobile deployments, mobile building, by following me on Twitter or GitHub at Cecilia Creates, or feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn as well, just linkedin.com/in/my name. So when we talk about cross-platform, what we're talking about specifically is apps that you build with one code base, but that you deploy anywhere. So iOS, Android, and then also to the web. There's a lot of frameworks that you can use to do this. If you're thinking in the kind of the web ecosystem and web-based frameworks, the ones that are going to come to mind are React Native and then Ionic paired with Capacitor. But you can also use tools like Flutter, which is based in Dart, .NET MAUI, or Kotlin multi-platform. But the idea is that you build once, deploy anywhere. And this gives you not only only a faster development process, but a more consistent developer and user experience across platforms. We've often seen something where, the iOS version of the app has a feature that isn't available yet on Android, or maybe there's, certain apps that are only on iOS, and that's because typically you may see separate teams working on those apps individually. With cross-platform, you erase that kind of problem. But cross-platform is not without its own challenges. So while the dev processes are the same, the deployment processes are not. You have very, very different build, testing, and deployment processes across web, iOS, and Android. This creates really specific challenges when it comes to testing these applications, especially when you're testing the actual native builds on real devices. You have platform-specific test cases that you have to consider as well. So even if you write the code the same, it will actually engage with the device differently, and you have to consider that. And that requires some expertise of each platform. So if you are a web developer and you are building cross-platform for the first time, and it's the first time that you're dealing with mobile applications, you have to learn the nuances between Android and iOS to be able to effectively test those applications. And testing is really important for mobile applications. Deployments are high risk. They take a lot longer. You have to go through the app stores and deal with that approval process. So the apps need to be very well tested before they are installed on a user's device. Users are also very picky about their mobile applications. They encounter one bug, and they uninstall, or they never use it again. So it's important that you are able to test these applications appropriately. So in an effort to help address some of these challenges, there is a lot that we could talk about, but in the time that I have, I'm going to focus on these areas. I'm going to talk about the types of devices, virtual and real, that you have for testing your applications. I'm going to talk about the specific build types for iOS and Android. I'm also going to talk about how you can distribute test versions of your app to manual testers. Yes, I'm going to talk about manual testing just a little bit, I promise, but it's important for mobile. And then I'm also going to talk about when and how to leverage automated testing, both on Android and on iOS. So let's start with devices. Now, devices, when I talk about that, it's literally the phone that you probably have in your pocket right now. But first, let's talk about virtual devices. So these are software devices that replicate a real device. For Android, you have emulators. For iOS, you have simulators. There's like a little bit of technical differences. They're essentially the same, but because they're different platforms, they want to each have their own special version of it. So you have emulators and simulators. These come pre-installed with Android Studio and Xcode. So if you are using Android Studio and Xcode to develop, you already have these on your dev machine. If you do not, so for example, if you're not responsible for actually creating those native builds, then you don't have those emulators and simulators. So that can make it a little bit difficult as well. They can be used for manual or for automated testing. So if you want to just pull one up quickly, launch your application, and click around, you can do that. Or you can also link them for automated. Next, we have real devices. So real device testing is important because it does provide the best fidelity of user experience. Even on an emulator or a simulator, you're not actually able to, for example, take a photo as well as you would with a real device. You're not able to understand certain load capabilities or performance issues that you may see on a real device. There's also different types of devices that you may not have access to on an emulator or simulator that you could be able to get on a real device. So real devices are important to test on, but there's a lot of complexity involved around it. So for iOS, devices do have to be registered to be able to run the native binary on the app device itself. You can either do this by connecting the device to your dev machine. For iOS or for Android, you can also download and install the binary to the device. And again, you can use real devices, obviously, for manual or for automated testing. So you are able to run automated tests on actual real devices. So let's talk about builds. So when we think about web builds, really you get to decide what that web build looks like. So you may have a test version of your web application that hits a different API endpoint or maybe lives in a different environment. But ultimately, you are in control of what that web build looks like and what goes into that and how it's configured. For mobile platforms, Android and iOS, they actually have specific build types that you will execute when you create the compiled native binary that will run on a device. Because of this, you actually have to think about what type of build that you need to do, depending on what type of testing you're going to be able to do. So for Android, you have debug and release. For iOS, you have simulator builds, which of course runs on a simulator. And then you have development, ad hoc, App Store, and Enterprise. I like to say that iOS is always going to be twice as complicated as Android. And so you will see a theme where for iOS, you have twice the amount of build types, you have twice the amount of signing credentials that you need to use to sign your application. You have twice the amount of developer programs that you have to sign up for and pay for. And so iOS is always going to be a little bit more complicated. So when you think about build types in the context of testing, I like to think of web builds as ideal if you're going to be able to do some browser-based testing, right? So you can either do this in a web browser with mobile viewport, or as we saw earlier, you can use Nightwatch to launch an actual mobile browser on an emulator. This is great because there's no code signing or specific hardware required. If you're running in a browser, if you're running on an emulator or a simulator, you don't necessarily have to go through the signing process. If you haven't gone through code signing before, it's creating a signed bundle that verifies who created the bundle, that they were authorized to do so, and that it was not tampered with or altered since the time that it was created. This requires specific credentials that need to exist on the machine that you use to create the build. So it can be difficult to just spin one up if you don't have access to those credentials. So that's why web builds and virtual device builds are ideal for testing, because you're able to just create those on your own. For Android, we have debug builds, which are also ideal for testing because, again, they don't have to be signed, and they also are an unoptimized version of the build. So if you need access to the underlying code, it's easier to identify and debug. For iOS, you have your simulator builds for virtual device testing. If you want to do internal real device testing, you're typically going to use a development or an ad hoc build. And if you'd like to upload to TestFlight, you're going to need to do an App Store build, which is a certain type of build. Now, development, ad hoc, and App Store all do require code signing. All right, let's talk about app delivery. And when I talk about delivery, I'm talking about how your manual testers will get your actual version of your application onto their device for testing. So manual testing is still a really large and somewhat required approach for mobile app testing, because there's some specific things that are difficult to automate with real devices. And I was surprised at this. I come from a web testing background, and I'm at the automate all the things, level of testing. And so I was surprised at how much manual testing there is still in the mobile app space. This does require device management. Like I said, you not only have to register all your devices for iOS builds, but you need to think about what types of devices you need to test on. So what types of devices are your users using? What's the performance capabilities of those devices? How far back do you want to support? So if you're using only testing on the latest, newest iPhone with the best specs and everything, that may not be the same experience as somebody who's on the phone that you can get at the grocery store, is going to experience. And so most people will create a test device matrix that covers the different devices that they need to actually test against. So there's a lot of options for delivering those app binaries to your manual testers. One that I see a lot is actually just manual delivery. And this is where testers download and install the binaries themselves. So there's usually a centralized storage. I've even seen somebody use a Google Drive where they upload APK or IPA files. And then the testers are notified that a new file is available. They download it, they install it onto their device, and they start testing. And this can be difficult to track versions or to know when new releases are ready. So if you have a centralized storage of all these different versions, but it's just an environment and it's not necessarily using any specific kind of tool, you may not know which versions have already been downloaded and tested. It's not easy to track feedback or understand which version is tied to a specific commit. So I really recommend using platform delivery tools. So these are specific to each platform, so you do have to set them up separately for Android and for iOS. For Android, you have what's called test tracks. These are built into Google Play. And you have internal testing tracks, which allow you to distribute to up to 100 internal testers. And then you can promote that release up through the multiple channels after that, which is the alpha or closed testing track, and then finally the beta or open testing track. On the iOS side, you have what's called TestFlight. Who here has ever used TestFlight before or tested an app in TestFlight? OK, great. Yeah, so this is really the way to go, I would think, on the iOS side. It allows you to have an internal testing group as well as external testing. So on the Android side, this is the internal testing track. You can essentially create lists where you add your internal testers. And then whenever you add a new release by uploading the app bundle, that's then available to those testers, and they're able to track and see which version it is that they're connected to. Again, on the App Store Connect side, you can create an internal group, and this is for, again, up to 100 users, and that's people who are associated with your App Store like internal organization. But then you can also promote that to TestFlight, which allows you to access actually 10,000 external testers. However, you do have to go through App Store review before you can submit for external testing on TestFlight. So this has so far been a pretty manual process, even if you do use the Google Play Store and the App Store Connect tools. So there's also some ways to automate delivery to these testers without having to manually upload those bundles. So there's developer tools to automatically send those binaries to Google Play and App Store Connect. And this also allows for better tracking of your app versions. There's App Store developer APIs. There's CI/CD integration tools. There's one called Fastlane, which uses like a YAML-like syntax in order to orchestrate things like uploading to TestFlight, things like creating your native builds, and even things like testing. Or you can use a mobile CI/CD platform like Bitrise or AppFlow. So for example, what this looks like in AppFlow is you create an automation every time there's a push to a specific Git branch. That kicks off a new build, and then we are able to deploy that directly to your TestFlight destination. And so every time you have a push to your main branch, this will actually be ready to your internal testers automatically if you have automatic delivery enabled, or you can submit it for review for external testing. All right, the fun part, automated testing. So we talk about automated testing. There's unit, component, and integration tests based on the specific framework that you're using. You can also do platform-specific testing, Espresso for Android or XC test for iOS. But typically, you'll be able to just, if you're using like React Native or Capacitor, you'll be able to use the testing tools that you already know. You can do browser-based testing of web builds or end-to-end testing of native builds on virtual or real devices. There's frameworks like Appium, Maestro, and Detox for doing this. So virtual device automated testing, you are going to essentially use an iOS simulator or an Android debug build. Again, these are built into Xcode. You need to install the app on your simulator or emulator, and then you can run the test against the virtual device. So we'll take a look at some code. This is an Appium Android test code. The test itself is pretty straightforward. Really, we're just, I'm going to zoom in here. We're just clicking through some tabs. So we're opening the application. It has 3 tabs in the bottom. We're clicking through the second and the third tab and making sure that those work. And so what I wanted to point out here is the driver section. So the driver section is how we actually configure how this test is run. And that's going to be based on this WDOps object here. So we're just running this locally against an Appium host that we're running on our system against that port. And we are also specifying a device name of Android and the location where the binary is located. This is important because then when I start my Appium server and then I run node android test.js, it's going to locate that it's going to launch the Android browser, the Android emulator. It's going to take that location of that APK. It's going to install that, and it's going to run the test against it. So what if we want to run this on a real device? So again, it requires some code signing and device registration for iOS, but you can either connect a device to your developer machine, run the same thing, but specify the real device instead of the virtual device, or you can use something like a real device cloud service. This is way more resource intensive, especially if you are using, if you need to manage all of these real devices yourself or use a cloud service. So it's best for kind of smoke testing or things that require the real hardware specifically. So let's take a look at an example of that. We're going to be using something called Sauce Labs, but there's lots of options. I just used Sauce Labs because it had a free plan. Primarily, you're going to see mostly Appium support for these device cloud services. Hopefully, we'll see more support in the future of other frameworks as well. The process is you're going to need to create a test build, upload that test build to the cloud service. You configure your test with the build file name and device type, and you start your test server to run it. So we'll take a look at the code. Like I said, first thing you have to do is actually upload the Android or iOS app. You can do that by uploading it in the Sauce Labs console, or you can also use curl. So here's the same test we were looking at earlier. However, the difference is that our driver is going to be a little bit different. Instead, we're passing through our Sauce Labs user and key, as well as setting the host name and port to use Sauce Labs to run the test. We're still passing through the capabilities objects. Let's take a look at that. Again, we're still passing through a file location. However, in this case, it's actually a file name on Sauce Labs server because we've uploaded the file there, and we're telling it, hey, Sauce Labs, use this file name and install that on the Samsung Galaxy S9 free device and run the test against that. We're also passing through a build ID and the name of the test. This is important because it means that our test record will be connected to the build ID, which will also be connected to a test name, so we can easily track back if something goes wrong, the actual build that initiated that test. So what that ends up looking like is after the test runs, you see this in your Sauce Labs dashboard. You can see the video recording of the test. It's clicking through the tabs. As you probably noticed, it takes a long time to start up. That's because it does have to install your app on the device before it can start running the tests. Like I said, this is a resource-intensive process. You're using a real device. Devices cost money. It also takes time to run these tests because you do have to install them before each one. So really consider what your test cases and use cases are for this. Now, again, this is still a bit of a manual process, right? You're uploading the app binary. You're launching the test from your console. So what if you want to do this in CI/CD? The process is still the same. You're going to create your test build. You're going to upload that test build to the cloud service. You're going to configure your test with the build file name and the device type. And you're going to start your test server and run the test. But this time, we're going to do it in a GitHub action. So this is a GitHub action workflow to do an Android Sauce Labs test. I'm setting some environment variables. So my Sauce Labs user, my Sauce Labs key, and the APK file name. But even better, I'm now actually tying that to the GitHub SHA. So now I actually know which commit that build was created with, so I can trace it all the way back to the actual commit that launched this build. The next step, of course, is to actually create a test build. So I'm using the Ionic Cloud CLI to do this. Really, you could do this on the CI/CD machine that you're using. You will have to maintain the build stack in order to create the Android or the iOS builds. And if you're doing iOS builds, you're going to need Mac hardware. So if you're using Ionic Cloud or AppFlow, you can instead use their credentials and their infrastructure. They handle the signing credentials for you. But the important part to note here is that we are naming the APK the same as our GitHub SHA, that APK file name environment variable. This keeps everything consistent and organized. So again, next step is to upload the APK to Sauce Labs. I'm running the curl command, passing through my user and key. And again, like I said, the important part is that I'm naming it that APK file name. This is going to connect the file name to the GitHub SHA, to the build. Everything is really consistent and easy to use. Last but not least, I'm actually going to run the test. So this is where I start Appium. So I start my Appium server. And then I'm running my node Appium/Sauce Labs Android TestJS file. And I'm passing through those environment variables of my user, my key, the build ID, which corresponds to my SHA, and the file name to locate that test. So, all right. And so a couple of quick best practices to note before we wrap up. Leverage web testing as much as you can, whether that's going to be in like a web browser or it's going to be in a mobile browser. The more use cases you can cover with web testing, the less resource intensive your tests are going to be, and you're also going to be able to identify issues earlier before you get to more native end-to-end testing. Use mobile-specific tools or have a dedicated team member for mobile. You're going to really need to understand those nuances between the platforms, and somebody on the team should be prepared to handle that if you're not going to use mobile-specific tools. And also automate incrementally. Don't start right out of the gate with trying to automate your entire test code base all on real devices. Identify where the bottlenecks are and what the critical paths are, and start to automate there. All right, thank you so much. You can grab the entire GitHub action workflow from using the QR code there, and feel free to let me check out useappflow.com if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. Finally, you get to sit in that side of the chair.
This feels.
Does it feel like you're in a hot seat now?
I could get used to it.
This is the cool seat. This is the well, I shouldn't say cool seat because you're a cool.
Well, I get
cool
to be
speaker,
in both. They're both cool seats now.
Nice. Precisely. All right. Thank you so much for your talk. Really appreciate it as well. And the thing that I love is and you get these talks where they're kind of framework agnostic. So you spoke about kind of the ideas and the thought processes behind this, and there's a bunch of different sort of frameworks someone could use. And are there any sort of framework specific considerations maybe maybe that you have seen when you've seen other people try to implement these processes out in the wild?
Yeah, so two things that come to mind specifically. One is that if you're using a web-based framework, you're going to be able to leverage a lot of the web tooling. A lot of the frameworks that aren't based on web technologies, they have their own specific ecosystem. So you're not going to be able to use specific packages that you might use for like a general web project or some of the web tools that you're used to. So it just creates a little bit more separation. The other thing to note is that in terms of the frameworks, differences that may occur is the configuration aspect. So there's different ways to configure iOS and Android specific parts of your app depending on what framework that you use. And some of them can get really complicated. Sometimes you have to actually get into the Swift files and edit themselves. So I would also take that into consideration too.
Classic. I just needed to make sure we got an "it depends" answer kind of on stage before we begin. All right, thank you as well. And those of you who are asking questions, please keep those questions coming. I'm going to jump in with these audience questions. The first one is, how can we automate the PWA build type? Does this cover from just web build testing? Sorry.
Yeah, so it is essentially like a web build. There are some configurations that you need to do in order to create that PWA. For example, if it has any actions that take place when you're saving it to the home screen, you may want to test those separately to ensure that those work. For the most part, you just will kind of install whatever PWA package that is used for the framework that you're building with, and then you can go from there. I actually am a big fan of PWAs. I'm glad to see that they're getting more support and that Apple and iOS are moving that way and being able to allow us to leverage PWAs more. And so, but yeah, that's a really great option. And on that note, actually, one of the things I ask people a lot of times are they say, oh, I want to build a mobile app for this. And I say, do you really need a mobile app? Because once you're in the app stores and you have to start going through that process, it becomes a lot more tricky. You have to also do constant ongoing maintenance to ensure that you're always up to date with the latest standards. So a lot of times if you can get away with mobile web or with PWA, like maybe go the easy route and don't make it too hard for yourself.
For sure. And also, I should do this more often, but just for people who maybe are not familiar with acronyms, PWA,
Yes.
I know what it is.
Progressive web app. Yeah, so essentially it's a web application that you're allowed to save to your home page the same way you would with a regular app. It also has really great offline capabilities. That's something that you kind of miss out on with just mobile web apps. And so that's something that essentially mimics the mobile app without interacting with the native layer.
Definitely. All right, so let's jump into another question. This one's kind of like tooling specific and asking your opinion, because I'm sure you have used a couple of different tools out there. And so what's your opinion on Expo and Expo Go as part of that development process?
Yeah, so I've used Expo and Expo Go. I think it's a really great developer experience to like get an app off the ground. It's super quick, super easy. I would even say for a lot of use cases, if you're going to use React Native, use Expo. Like I think just use Expo I've done it both ways, with and without. I think obviously, like I'm going to use it depends again. The type of app that you're building, what framework that you choose, will depend on what your project is and what your team looks like as well. So obviously, I'm at Ionic, and we use web-based tooling, and it's all specifically web. So you use React, Angular, or Vue. And so if you have an existing web tool a web team that's already building with those tools and they want to build for mobile, that can be a really easy transition. But if you're looking for something and you're maybe building from scratch and you're looking something a little bit different, Expo and Expo Go, I think, are also really great tools.
And I think it just goes to tell you, when you're looking to try something new, like there's a range of different tools out there. You don't just hear one tool and be like, that's the tool I'm going to use, right?
Right, exactly.
And then we kind of have another one, which is more about just approaches. So what approach will you recommend to test web apps that run on mobile and desktop browsers, and using maybe tools to do emulation or using real devices? So some of those tools for that.
Yeah, so the nice thing about cross-platform apps, right, is that one of those platforms is the web. And I will always start with web first if I'm building cross-platform that builds on the web, because it's going to be the least resource intensive. I can also use the tools that I already know and love. The reason that Appium test was very simple is because I'm not as familiar with writing Appium tests, right? And I would much rather write Cypress tests if I can. So if I can cover 80 to 90% of my use cases using browser-based testing, I'm going to do that. And then looking for those platform-specific edge cases where I do need to leverage a real end-to-end native testing tool. The nice thing is that we are seeing more and more tooling. There's things like Maestro. We talked about Nightwatch earlier that can use some of the more paradigms that you're used to with web-based and then still run it on an emulator or a simulator to do some automated device testing as well.
I love that as well. And then that way you get to, especially when you're starting, you can focus on testing the business logic with the ecosystem that has lots of tools available. And then as you get more specific to kind of stack, to then device, then changing the tools that you use along the way as well. I really like that. And then like we've talked about maybe sort of different types of testing, but specifically performance testing on mobile. How would you automate that?
Yeah, so performance testing is a whole different type of beast, I will say. It's something where I tend to focus on the user testing, acceptance testing. Performance testing, there are specific tools for that because it's really going to depend on the device that you're on. And it's also going to depend on the network connection that you have. And there's actually ways to simulate that, the same way that you can in a browser, right, where you can simulate more connectivity, you can simulate different devices. So that's where that device matrix is going to really come in handy. And you're typically able to run a test and you're able to record, how long it takes to do certain actions on different types of devices. And there's going to be specific performance things that you can run as well. There's also a lot of really great mobile test frameworks that aren't code-based. They're platforms that essentially will run those tests, will create and run those types of performance tests for you. And they'll even just generate it based on the binary. They'll run some checks, and they'll able to validate. You can also do things like optimizing based on the bundle size and ensuring that that's going to be consistent performance-wise for your end user.
No, totally. I don't think we have enough time for one more question, so I'm going to call it here. But thank you so much. And if you do want to ask questions to Cecilia, you can always go to the Q&A discussion room here in person. And if you're online, head over to the Q&A tab in Discord, so you can ask your questions there, and she will also get to them. Let's give a massive round of applause to Cecilia one more time.
Thank you.
All right, we've had amazing talks, and we have more amazing talks coming up. We'll be having the discussion room. I want to remind you, the next one will be about testing tools and frameworks, which we've had lots of questions about so far. But before then, we're going to have a break. We're going to have a 30-minute break. You can go check out the sponsors' booths, make some tweets out, and recharge. And if you're at home, grab some coffee or a tea, rehydrate, and we'll see you soon.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
Welcome back, everybody from the coffee break. Please come in if you're in the corridors, maybe just hanging out and you can hear my voice. Come in and grab a seat. And welcome back for more talks. Remember, if you want to get involved and maybe if you want to win an awesome prize like a t-shirt or maybe a Get Nation multipass, use the hashtag TestJS Summit and you'll be entered in to win a raffle. And let us know how you are enjoying the conference wherever you are enjoying it from. Speaking of enjoying the conference, we wouldn't be able to enjoy it without our wonderful sponsors. So let's make some noise for our silver sponsors, Codium and Chromatic. Let's give them a little round of applause. Thank you very much for supporting the conference. All right, we're going to pick up the pace a little bit. We're going to speed up. We are going to be in Formula One. Put the DRS on. And we're going to speed through some lightning talks by 3 amazing speakers. Now, I've got 3 fun facts about the speakers. And at the end of the lightning talks, I want you to guess which is which. Because coming to the stage, we are going to have a farmer, a ballet dancer, and a failed TV actor. So you have to guess which one's which. These are all true stories. All right, so I'm going to get out of the way and give up the stage for our first talk, lightning talk person, which will be Yap. Give it up.
Hello, welcome everyone. So my name is Jaap, and as you can probably tell, I'm not from around here. I'm based out of the Netherlands. A little bit about myself, about how you can connect to me, but let's get into it and talk about the awesome things we do at Codium and how we can make your life easier. So what Codium offers is we are a generative AI assistant that integrates in your IDE. So that can either be VS Code, can be the JetBrains suite. And it offers test generation, code explanation, some collab features, like no longer having to write your own pull requests. And we also have an open source project, that one's called PR Agent. So PR Agent also has that functionality. It's completely free to use. URL is listed there. And you can either run it as a GitHub action or self-host it, can connect to, I have 3 of them listed here, GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, but it also works with Azure DevOps, Code Commit, and I'm forgetting some others. But so if you don't like writing your own commit messages, doing your own PR reviews, and writing your descriptions, PR Agent is a nice open source tool that we have at Codium. And with that, I'd like to go into a demo. and I opted for the easy approach, zero demo failure. So I'm just going to dive into a couple of screenshots here that show some of the capability that we have. And in order to do so, we're going to take a look at this repository. So this Mocha repository with a bunch of demo applications. And we're going to take a look at this GraphQL API. And we're going to see if we can generate some tests with it and show what the interface looks like for Codium. So this is in VS Code. And as you can see, there's a number of things that we can configure here. So we can select the test framework. We can select additional libraries. We can set how many tests we want to generate. We can also add prompting. And if you already have existing tests, you can also give a reference test example that we can use as a baseline to generate those tests. So what we can see here is I've generated one test, and I thought, well, it would be nice if the test was also documented. So I give a prompt, add a docstring, and then we can see that it also added a docstring to the test. Next up, I ran the code coverage for this repository. And I identified that Express REST API server did not have enough code coverage. So let's take a look at how we can solve this using Codium. So here's the code that we're working with. I'll just go back one. We can also see the line numbers here. So we'll refer to that when we are looking at the source code. So we can see that line number 16, so the 404, was not covered with code coverage, according to code coverage. And also 21 and 22, so server error, was also not covered. To get a better understanding of how we can generate these tests, we can take a look at the code explanation. So it explains, it gives a summary, it gives an example usage, and also the flow of how this piece of code works. So in this case, we're looking at a single file, but with Codium, you can also specify a specific method, a specific function, or a number of selected lines that you want to analyze or generate tests for or create docstrings for. So next up, we can see the existing test. And what we're going to do, because we already have existing tests that cover the main part of the behavior, we're going to click the button that says Add More Tests. So we will generate tests, and we will use the existing tests as a reference to generate those tests from. Then we can see that we have a behavior analysis of this function. This is a pretty simple function, so not all these behaviors make complete sense, but that's the idea. You can select which ones you think are appropriate and then generate tests for those. Also have an option to generate the tests ourselves. So in this case, we generated the one for the 404 error. And after adding that to the repository, rerunning the code coverage, we can see that now line number 16 is also covered, so great. There was no test, however, for the error code 500, and there was also no behavior for that. So I prompted Codium AI, generate the test for error code 500, and that way you can also generate those tests. And for any of the results that we generate, we can click regenerate to see what kind of, to have it generate new code. We can do prompting to improve the code and to kind of guide it to the end goal. And we also have a number of chat commands integrated. So it's possible to ask questions about your code. When asking questions, you can also ask it to generate mock data. We can see here that we have docstrings. We can improve the code. When you ask it to improve, you can also prompt it, so it will improve certain parts of your code. And it will give multiple suggestions. You can tell it to refactor it, it will give you a diff, and then you can choose to either accept it or to reject those changes. And once you get to the point where you are happy with your changes, Codium AI can also help you with writing your commit message. And before you push your code to a remote repository, you can already do a review of your changes against specific branches that you might want to push against, to get an idea if you didn't make an oopsie and put an API token in there. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm still on Twitter because I didn't get an invite for any of the others. You can reach me there. Or go to Codium AI. We have a Discord channel, and that's probably the easiest, Discord server, that's probably the easiest way to get in touch. I'm the only Jaap there, so it's pretty easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaap. I mean, when you fail the test, there's no failing a test. You just have an opportunity to refactor. And I really appreciate that you refactored yourself as a public speaker. Because while you may never be in an Avengers movie, you are still a hero in my heart. So let's give it up for Jaap one more time. All right, we got 2 occupations left, a ballet dancer and a farmer. I will leave it up to you to guess who our next speaker is.
Hello, everyone. I am Leah. Well, let's go again. Hello, everyone. I am Leah. Hope you are having fun today. My job description at Bleep is quality assurance engineer, but I like to describe myself as the gatekeeper of the application's quality. My goal here is, at the end of this 7 minutes, more or less, you get a better understanding of what is a feature and how you can create your own. So let's start from the beginning. What is a feature? Well, I like to describe features in Playwright just like a little small environment where exists methods and stuff that I defined. I use these analogies like, imagine a ball pit where Playwright is the ball pit and features are the small balls that are inside of the ball pit. And why? Why do you use features? So Playwright is feature-based. Everything that we use in Playwright is a feature. Page is a feature, context, browser is a feature. And as I said previous, Playwright gives us the opportunity to create our own. And you can ask, okay, if Playwright gives us the opportunity, if Playwright gives us the feature already, why do I need to create my own? Well, the answer is control. But, okay, this is not working. Of course, we need to have problems. Okay, control. Okay, control of what? Well, let's see a little example. So this is a test that I created, and you can see that it's using the page feature. I'm importing tests from Playwright. I have a before each. I am checking for some titles and filling some forms. But this is not really reusable, and you cannot really understand if you don't have the context of the application what is being done here. So how can I create this more easy to read and more reusable for everyone that needs to add tests to use this? So the answer is, I'm going to pass this to a page object that has my own methods. And you can see here that I have get title, click buttons, fill forms. So this is my methods, my page objects, but this only by itself does not make them available on the page feature. So what I need to do to make them available to use is, well, create a feature. So the structure here is, I need to have a function that is going to say to Playwright, look, add my feature to the length of the feature. So test is the length of the features, and I'm going to extend my own features. And in my feature definition, that is going to be my test, you can use other features, like a featureception, to do stuff. But the main stuff here is the structure. So the structure for the fixture is going to be the before block, the test, and then the after block. So what I'm doing here is, if you look at the previous, the initial test, I have a before hook, and comparing to my fixture, the same before hook is there. Then I'm going to use my methods in the initial page, and after the run, I'm going to console log something, okay? So how can I use this in my test, okay? So instead of importing test, instead of using page, now what I'm going to do is import my fixture and use my fixture on the test, and import my test that is the actual fixture. And as you can see there, it has access to my methods that I create in the page object. It's a little more readable, and it's very reusable, because if I want to have, let's say, another 10 tests that goes through this, you can just reuse it instead of just having to recode everything. So the control that Playwright Fixtures gives us is I can decide what methods do I need to use, or what I want to use in my fixture. I have a really small environment that is very controllable and very reusable. So I hope that this gives you a little bit more of insight on fixtures and how you can use it in your tests. And that's it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leah. Really, really appreciate it. The way you dance around the stage with such grace in your talks is just the way you dance around the stage as a ballet dancer. Wonderful, wonderful. I know I've given it away what the next person, maybe, I wouldn't say does, but maybe is definitely surrounded by. So if you do like animals and you find animals are kindred spirits, you probably have a lot in common with Ruben, who lives on an actual farm. I wonder what actually goes on his farm sometimes, but one thing that I do not wonder is whether he is amazing at giving us talks, and he has got another wonderful lightning talk for us today. So coming in quick and fast, these lightning talks, and this one is going to be all about one of the wonderful sponsors that we have today, Storybook. Just in case you haven't had a chance, make sure you go and check out the sponsor booths that we have all around. But without further ado, I'm going to give the stage to Ruben. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Hi, I'm Ruben, and I am the lead solutions engineer at Chromatic, and we're the maintainers of Storybook. So I'm going to start with a story. This is you, and UI testing is hard. There are so many states and variants, responsiveness, loading states. It's all kind of confusing, and it all burns down to the ground. Well, hopefully not, but that's how it ends up sometimes. So really, there are two problems. Let's say that this is your third weekend in a row that you've gotten a call, and the UI is broken on the website, and you need to go fix it. Or even worse, the site is completely down. Now, that's not fun for anyone. And then on the other side, when you're not getting called in on the weekend to fix UI issues, you're dealing with flaky integration tests, and that's not fun either. So when do you have fun in your job? It doesn't sound like you're having fun at all. Ideally, we move away from that complicated state and torch it and really make it simple. You just want what your UI looked like, and you compare it to what it looks like now. And Storybook is the first part of solving that problem. So Storybook allows you to build your UI in isolation, and it simplifies it because you don't have to worry about backend logic and API calls, databases, none of that. You're just building your UI, and it works. So it speeds up the process. And then Chromatic is the other side of that, where it creates automated tests of your UI. Now, what does that look like? I'm going to show you an example. So here we have an application called Meal Drop, and it's an Uber Eats clone. Storybook allows you to create all types of components. You have your atomic components, so for instance, this button, and Storybook has controls, which are essentially the props for your component, and allows you to play around and prototype things, all within the Storybook environment in your browser. And you can also create page-level components. So for instance, like the home page. Or a restaurant detail page. And this has everything in it, right? Your whole page structure. And the best part of it is that it's isolated, and you don't have to worry about inconsistent data or anything like that. Now, that solves the first problem, but it doesn't solve the second problem of how the heck, what do you do to make sure that your UI isn't failing in production? And that's where Chromatic comes in. Chromatic takes your statically built Storybook, and it compares your UI. And how it does that is you first create a defined state or a baseline of what your UI looks like or what you expect it to look like. And then anytime you change your code after that, it will take a new picture or a snapshot and compare it against the old snapshot. And anytime there's a change, you get notified within Chromatic, and then you no longer have to worry about manually testing, checking different browsers, different viewports, asking your coworker for their Android phone and checking if it works on that. Yeah, I've done all of that. It's not fun. So what's really neat here is Chromatic can be as specific or as lax as you want it to be. By default, it's really strict. So seemingly to the eye, nothing changed here. It looks exactly the same, right? If you focus in, before I even go to the section that's highlighted, Chromatic knows that there's a slight difference in the image of the hamburger. And if you focus in on that hamburger, there are slight pixel changes, and so it will pick up that minor visual change that you wouldn't notice with your eyes. I mean, you might. My eyes aren't that good, so I would miss that. Now, this brings me to my second point. How do we solve for that how do you take dynamic UI and take a static snapshot and make it work consistently so you're not having to fix all of these tests every single time? And that's where Storybook comes in with Chromatic. So you have these pages, if it loads, there we go. So the reason that picture changes is because we're loading this picture from Unsplash, which is a network resource, and Unsplash can change that image at any time for any reason. The URL is exactly the same. So for all we know, nothing changed with this image. But really it did, and it could be more drastic than this, but luckily in this case it's not. It's just some minor pixels, and you might just approve it and move on. Well, that's not always the case, and so the best approach to this, there are actually several approaches. If you have the option to load images statically, then what we recommend is loading your images within Storybook as a static asset. That way your snapshots, build by build, are always consistent because you're always getting the same data and always getting the same assets. Now, sometimes you don't have that choice. You have maybe a source set from a CDN, and that's so you can get responsiveness and get different images loaded. And in those cases, we have to get a little bit more tactful about how we do that. So there are a couple options. You can completely mock the data that's coming in and pass mock data to your story. Or you can do a combination where you mock the network request with something like mock service worker, which we learned about earlier today. And if you do that, you override the network request, so you're still getting a request, but you're saying, hey, when this request comes in, deliver this asset instead. And then the third option is to use the play functions built into Storybook to wait, like you can create a utility function to wait for all of the images to load, and then put that in the play function, so you're telling the test to wait until your UI is in a state that you expect it to be. Now, speaking of interaction tests, what's really neat about those is that you can simulate a user workflow in Storybook itself. So I'm going to go to these templates and the user flows, And like to get the success page to work in a non-simulated environment, you would have to take so many steps in order to get it working. But here, I've defined 22 interaction steps with assertions and expect statements that have to pass in order for this test to pass in CI. So it covers your entire use case of going from front to back, and also even slow it down so you can see what happens. So if I rerun this interaction test, it starts from the very top and goes through the entire user workflow to make sure that this renders correctly each time. And you're testing that ending UI state that you expect your user to see when they run through this process. Now, the last thing I want to touch on is that interaction tests aren't only for user workflows. You can also write interaction tests for more complex components. So in this case, I had a nav dropdown that I was working on, and I was using Daisy UI and Remix, and I could not get the modal to close. And I kept trying on my application and restarting and starting it again, and nothing was working. I was like, oh yeah, I work at Storybook. Why don't I have a Storybook for this? So I spun up a Storybook, wrote an interaction test until I got it passing, and figured out the element that I needed to interact with in order to get it to close, and I fixed that. And so now I have not only a test case, a living test case that will test that my modal opens, but I can extend that in my close menu test, which takes all of the code I've already written, adds a couple more steps to close the modal, and now I've got a test for both cases. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruben. Quick question for you, Ruben. What animals or crops do you have on your farm?
How many?
Which ones?
Well, mostly alfalfa for crop, but sometimes we grow winter wheat. You have to, I learned this in my late life, but you have to rotate every 5 or 6 years or the soil won't yield as much crop, so we have to do winter wheat every 5 or 6 years.
Well, thank you so much. No harvesting wheat, but you're harvesting those changes in the UI. Thank you so much, Ruben. And let's give up for all of the lightning talks. All right, now those were thick and fast, so we're going to take a couple of moments for you to breathe, catch your breath. And while you're doing that, you can choose which track you want to stay on. You can stick over here with me over on the production track, or you can head over to the testing localhost track as well, and we'll be starting in just a few moments. If you're at home, don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping light. Dripping lights paint the skies. Only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance.
Hello, wonderful people. Welcome back to TestJS Summit. We've had amazing content. We've still got some more amazing talks. And I'd like you to make sure you are energized for the next talks. Speaking of being energized, make sure you ask your questions using the Slido 0007. You can use to ask your questions to our speakers. I also do want to shout out one of our sponsors that have made this event possible, Focus Reactive. They are a Next.js headless CMS and an e-commerce expert agency, and they partner with Vercel, Shopify, Storyblock, and Sanity.io. And they deliver quality software with a focus on scalability, performance, and great user experience. So make sure you check them out. All right, without further ado, I'm going to introduce the next speaker and talk. And one thing I love specifically about this talk is it takes something that I'm not sure if I like or hate from the sports world. How many of people maybe watch football? Does anyone watch football here? A few people? Okay, maybe other sports. But in these sports, you see replays. You see replays where they show everything that happened in slow motion. And now we have a tool for that in the browser. We have Replay, and the next speaker, Philip, is a DevRel at replay.io, one of the sponsors today that you should definitely check out. And Philip is working there, but he does so much more. He is a teacher and also helps organize the community, especially in Cyprus, and he does so many other things. But for me, one of the most impressive things that he does is that he does this all amazing work while having 4 children running around the house. I do not know how he does it, but to teach us, like he does his children, about fighting test flakiness with time machines, I'd like you to give a massive round of applause to Philip. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. The answer to how I manage that with 4 kids is magic, and that magic is my wife. All right. So the topic is fighting test flakiness with time machines. So I have a question for you for the very beginning. Would you like to travel back in time? Raise your hands. Who would like to travel back in time? All right. What would you like to do if you would travel back in time? Change the project that you're working on? That's a very software development answer. Who else? We got anyone else who raised their hand? You can shout out. Buy some bitcoins. All right. Those are great answers. For me, actually, I would go to my own life and apply the knowledge that I have today. So yeah, maybe buy some bitcoins, or like when I'm arguing with my brother and I have a clever comeback, but like 3 months later, I would want to use that, so like, there you go. The point is that I'm trying to make is that we learn from the past. We are now at TestJS Summit, and you might ask, like, what does this time traveling have to do with anything? It's that we learn from the past. If we can time travel and apply the knowledge we have today, we can do better. A lot of testing is actually the process of learning from the past. For example, if you write a bug report, you document the things that happened, you try to look into the past, and so you can try to fix them. With test automation, we use all kinds of different data and see traces of the test run. We, again, look into the past and apply that knowledge. If you are doing SRE, you probably have conducted like a post-mortem meeting after an incident. And all that is basically learning from the past. All right, so now the question. How to learn from the past? If you think about it, we only have like a couple of options. We can either use our own memories, try to recall what has happened. We can talk to someone who witnessed something of interest. We can try again. We can try to recreate the past. Or we can use a time machine. And we do actually have time machines, and I'm going to be talking about them. And all of these ways of traveling into the past are good, but they have some flaws. So let's go to the first one, using your memory. So if you're writing a bug report, I recently asked on LinkedIn, how do you write a bug report? And these are like the different answers that came in, what the bug report should do. And it's a lot. And I haven't even included everything. It's like descriptions, steps to reproduce, screenshots, videos, desired behavior, etc., etc. The biggest problem is that even with all of this information, it might still not be enough. Which leads me to the other thing, talking to someone. Especially this happens in a team where the testing and fixing the bug, or reproducing and fixing the bug, is distributed among many different people, or more people. And there's a communication bridge we need to create. And communication is hard. It's no easy task. And even in real life, if you want to talk to someone, let alone if you want to try to convey complex information. And this often leads to an issue which many of us already had. Could not replicate, moving to backlog. Anyone has experienced this? Yeah? OK, then it's not just me. And it can be so annoying, for all parties involved. Oftentimes, you can have amazingly smart people, and it would still happen. A couple of hands raised here, you are all smart people, and it has happened to you. And by no fault of your own, you might lack information, you might lack clear communication, you might lack technical knowledge. And again, by no fault of your own, there's always something that can get in the way of finding the issue, and then fixing the issue, and learning from the past, learning what happened. So again, talking to someone overall is great, but when you want to learn from the past, but also has some flaws. So let's move on to the next point. Trying again. That's another way of how we can learn from the past. AKA debugging, AKA trying to recreate the past. Now, we all done debugging. We know how difficult it can be. You can use local development. You can use debugger or print statements. By the way, print statements or debugger? Print statements, raise your hands. OK, good. Debugger, raising. OK, we got some fancy people. All right. Yeah, everything and all that you do in hopes of recreating the issue, trying to replicate. Maybe you try again and again and again. In the context of test automation, it might be rerunning the test again. Walmir had a nice demonstration of how you can sort of burn in the test and try again to reproduce sort of like a flaky test or something like that. And this brings me to the final thing of how we can learn from the past, and that's time machines. I personally find time machines the most exciting, especially in context of test automation. Time machines can reveal subtleties that would otherwise be hidden from us. For example, time machines can show us DOM snapshots. So this is a screenshot of a Cypress test that is failing. We have an e-commerce demo application where we want to buy this fancy sneaker. And the test, basically, we click a button, add to cart, and we want to see a message like successfully added to cart. Now, this test is failing, but we can use the time machine. We can travel back in time and look at the click event. And what we can see in this short video is that when we clicked on the button, there was this counter that shows number 0. So we were actually trying to purchase 0 sneakers. And this kind of information, this snapshot from the point where the click was made, can be really, really useful. So this is the test. And we can now change that test, use that information from time traveling, and fix our test. We can take the input and say, oh, it should not have value of 0. Only then we would continue on and click on this. We can also take a look at network requests, right? This is, again, the same Cypress test. The usual problem with these API calls is that they're asynchronous, right? We don't really wait for the response. They don't block us from doing stuff on the page. So maybe we clicked too early. That's actually exactly what happened in this test. So what Cypress does with these XHR requests is that it will take a snapshot at the request time, and it will take a snapshot at the response time. So we here are zooming in on the check availability endpoint. So there's the endpoint that checks whether the sneakers are available, and then we, at some point, click on the button. Now, the response snapshot, you can see that we see the message failed to add product to the cart. And this demonstrates that we clicked on the Add to Cart button before the response from this check availability endpoint came in. And this, again, is an information from the time machine, from the timeline, that we can use to make our test more stable. For example, in Cypress, we can use intercept to catch a certain API call, and then wait for that to happen to give us the response, and only then move on to the next test. Here's another thing. Here's Playwright. This is a trace viewer that provides us with action observability. Not sure how well you can see that, but I'm pointing to this lower part over here. This is all the information, all the logs of what happens when you try to click on something. So you can see that we are checking whether the element that we're trying to click on is available, it's not disabled, it's not covered by anything else, etc. And because our test is actually failing on the visibility check, right? We want to see a message appear, and it's not there. We might be trying to look back and trying to look on the commands that were before, so we can sort of rule out that and that there's a problem with the click event or something like that. And again, this helps us sort of narrow down the problems, and we can see what's going on with our test. We can see what's wrong. Another example, we have the console outputs. In this case, test flakiness may be pointing to a real issue, and that's important. And the real issue can be intermittent, but if we have the logs from our application, the console logs, this can help us a lot. Another example in the Playwright's time machine is the test definition. It helps us specifically if we're dealing with like more complex scenarios. And yeah, so we got all of these options, which sort of leads me to reiterate on a point that I made earlier. Time machines are cool. All right. But there's one problem that I have been thinking about a lot, especially in relation to test flakiness and time machines. I recently asked people on LinkedIn the following question. If your app and server were completely flake-free, what do you think that would happen to your tests? Would they be less flaky, as flaky as before, more flaky, or something else? The overwhelming majority said that their tests would become less flaky. And perhaps no one has put it better than Corey House over here. Adding automated tests to a flaky app leads to flaky tests. And I totally agree. So we talked a lot about test flakiness. We're at TestJS Summit. But I don't think we talk that often about app flakiness. And we need to talk about it. So let's go back to the solution from before, where I would intercept the API call. Something does not sit right with this test. Our users don't wait for API endpoints. And they can easily run into the same problem as our tests do, because they may have a slower network, or may have a slower CPU, or whatever, which is not good. So all of the ways of how we can learn from the past, we can always find some foot gun, right? We might have not enough information, we're not able to replicate. Debugging is hard and frustrating, and also with the time machines, we're ignoring the app. So what's the solution then? Well, I think I might have one, and I want to show it to you. So 3 months ago, I joined a company called Replay.io. You might have heard about them. And I believe it solves these problems. And you might call me biased, I know, because I work for Replay, but I became a fan before I joined the company. So I think, well, you be the judge of that. All right, so let me explain how it works. The principle is kind of simple. We have built a time-traveling debugger, and the idea is that you create a recording of your application, and then you open that recording in the DevTools. And you can create a recording in many ways. You can do that manually. So we have our browser that you can just open, hit the record button, and then start interacting with your application. We have a CLI that will open the browser for you, so you can, again, create that recording manually and close the browser, and you have a recording available to you. Or, since it is a browser, you can actually use it with Cypress, and the npx Cypress run browser replay Chromium would be how you would run that. And then npx playwright test, this would be the setup for replay Chromium. By the way, these are all in our docs, so you can check those out. Also, we support WebDriver IO, Puppeteer, or even Selenium. So yeah, that's the recording part, right? So what do we do then with the recording? Actually, let me show you the debugging part of the experience. I'm going to close my presentation, switch to mirroring the display, and hopefully we can move on. All right, this seems to be working. All right, so here I have a recording of the same application that I've been showing to you. So we have this e-commerce store, and down below here we have a timeline, and I can play this like a video. Let me play that from the beginning. Right, so we open the app, and you can see me sort of iterating on the counter, hitting 1, 2, 3, etc. That's where the recording ends. On the left side over here, you see that we have this click event. So it's not only a video, it's actually a recording of the interaction. Now, what we can do here is to click on this blue button over here, where we can jump to code, which will switch me to this DevTools panel. And we can see the code that has been executed when we clicked on that plus button over here in the application. Now, this is a collaborative tool. So if you are not on the test automation side, maybe you are a QA engineer on an exploratory session, and you want to hand that over to the developer so that they will deal with that, you can sort of just go ahead and add a comment. Like, this is not a right image, or hello, or whatever. This way, they cannot tell you they are not able to reproduce it, because you have that recording, you have the proof, and you actually have the code inside here. So what that means is that if you look over here, the jump to code has taken me into the component that was actually triggered when I was clicking on that plus button. Now, here on the left, there's this gutter, and this number 10 that you see over here is actually telling me how many times this line of code was actually hit. So that's already useful information. It sort of works like code coverage, where you can see which lines of code were hit and which ones were not. And what you can do is you can click on this plus symbol, and on the console, you can now see all of the instances where when that line of code was called. So there's this default text, quantity, control, and the line number 9. But what I can do to get some insight is to print out for some variable. So for example, this quantity over here. And now I can see the quantity variable that has been passed into this setQuantity function, and I can see how that changed over time. And I can rewind back or go forward. Now, there are some people that are using debugger. Well, you can use debugger in here, not only print statements. So I added a breakpoint by clicking on this number 9, and now I can go back and debug this, right? So let's go to the timeline. Let's look at this scopes panel over here. Wait, actually, let's jump into the breakpoint. We got the quantity 2, so we can move forward, or we can move backward. Wait, let me wait for this to load. Now we get quantity 3. Let's move on backward to quantity 2. So if you have used breakpoints and debugger, you might have accidentally clicked one more time that was needed. I guess everyone has felt that. If you have that recording and you're debugging the recording, you can move back and forth. Now, usually when you debug, right, the way you do that is that you sort of modify your code. You add a console log somewhere or add that debugger statement in your code, and then you run that and try to replicate that and hope that you could get to that issue. And you need to do that several times. With replay, if you have that recording, you can actually just catch the bug once, and then add those print statements and whatever anytime you need. Also, if you want to share that, you can click on Share button and send it to whoever needs to fix that. All right. One more thing I want to show you. I mentioned that the recording, you do that with our replay browser. And you can hook up the browser to your test suite. So if you are using Playwright or Cypress, you can just create your recordings automatically. Let's now move on to this recording that I have made with the Cypress test. Now, in this one, what I did is that I ran my test, and it failed the first time, then it failed the second time, and then finally it was passing. So I can now compare my failing test and my passing test. If I go to the failing test and take a look at this click, again, I have this jump to code function. So I can see what my Cypress test was clicking on and what part of code was executed as the Cypress did that. And you can see here that it has called this add to cart function, which calls the add to cart API. And in the body, we're sending the quantity that's over here. Now, the quantity is a state that's 0 by default, and the state is mutated over here in the set quantity, and we are setting that after we get the response from the check availability. So if we add a couple of print statements here, I'm actually out of time, so I need to make it quick. I'll set send to server, like this. We can see what has been sent to server, right? We've been sending the number 0. If I print out this data, QTI, and print out availability, I can see what has come from the server, right? And this is a timeline, so I can actually see in what order was this made. So we're sending number 0, and I'm not sure why this is not loading, but at least you can see we're live. All right, now if we take a look at the whole test, I can see the difference between the passing instance and the failing instance, which is now loading. Oh yeah, all right. So here we have the failed attempt, and then finally we have the passing attempt where we finally are sending the information, ordering 1 sneaker and not 0 sneakers. All right, the time is blinking at me, so I need to finish this talk. Basically, my point over here is that something is happening in code. We have some asynchronous operations that are not playing well with our test. If we were to disable this add to cart button while we have the quantity set to 0, we would actually fix all of the issues with our tests, because Cypress and Playwright, they check whether the button we want to click on is actually actionable. So we don't have to wait for the intercept. We don't have to assert that the number is not 0. The test would magically just pass without any modification. Yeah, back to my presentation. I have final 2 slides where I want to demonstrate that if you basically replay is solving the not enough information problem. If you can replicate it once, you have enough information. Also, the debugging If you just record whatever happened, you can add a print statement, debugger. We have Redux, React DevTools, Redux State, etc. And most importantly, we're not ignoring the app we are testing, which I think is a great mistake that is being done when we do the end-to-end testing and when we are dealing with test flakiness. All right, that's my talk. Thank you very much. Come talk to us. We have a booth, and thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Philip. We'll see how much time we have. Let's see.
Yeah, sorry
feel
about
free to
that.
say- No, that's all right. You had a lot to say, a lot for us to learn as well moving forward, and we will definitely check it out. So I know there are a bunch of questions. We definitely won't be able to get to all of them, but what we will do is afterwards, people can find you over at the replay booth.
Yeah.
So definitely go check it out. I'm going to go to the most upvoted question. We'll just do that one, and then we'll call it, which is it slower to run tests on the replay browser over real browsers? And if so, how much?
I don't know. I haven't measured that. I don't think if there's a difference, it's a very significant. Essentially, what we have is a fork of Chromium. So I don't think the difference is that big, but I could not tell you how big of a difference it is.
Yeah, and then that kind of makes sense as well, because like one question that I've been very curious about is specifically with flaky tests. Like, first you have to find the flaky test.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they're hard to find is interesting. And how much time has it maybe saved? Have you seen it in the wild saving a lot of time maybe on a project where Replay helped you find that flaky test?
I mean, one thing that I have left out of my presentation was another poll that I did on LinkedIn, where I would ask, like, do you spend more time debugging or writing your tests? And debugging tests was the overwhelming majority. Recently, we have been looking at flakes of a client of ours, and we would try to find the reasons for that for those flakes. Now, very funny thing happened. We have found a flaky test which should actually be failing because it was giving a false positive. It should be failing all the time, but it was failing intermittently. And the problem was that there was this accessibility check that was checking the site, but then the marketing team came in and added like a modal. Hey, you want a new experience or whatever. That was not accessible, so the accessibility check would be failing based on whether it caught the modal window or not. And it should probably be failing all the time if you want to be like accessibility compliant.
That's crazy as well, because it's so, like that's probably like millisecond differences that would tell whether the test had passed or failed, which is crazy when you think about it.
All flakes kind of are. That's the problem, because we're running our tests super fast, which might feel like this is unrealistic. But if you slow down everything, if you slow down the network or processor, I think what happens on CI is just happening faster. To the same thing happening faster that may be happening to some user with like very slow network and very slow CPU.
That makes sense. And I'm going to go back to the audience questions, and this kind of makes sense, especially when we talk about speed, because the person asked, like, would you recommend testing their whole suite over Replay's browser on every CI run? Like, I'm guessing that might take time, but I'm curious as to whether you would have that running.
I think it would make sense, especially like at the beginning when you are implementing and you want to like get rid of flakes. So if your flakiness rate is really high, then you can do that. But there's another way of how you can approach it. You can maybe run all of your tests, and if any of those were flaky or they failed, you can rerun with just that subset. So you can just catch the problematic ones and then debug it with DevTools. So I think that might be a good approach as well.
So from what I'm hearing, and I think like again, Replay is a tool and tools have different uses. Would you say Replay is more for like diving down into a specific problem as opposed to a wide net to catch many problems? So maybe both.
I think it can be both, because if you have a test suite and maybe like 20% of your tests are flaky, maybe you retry them and they're all good, but that's not something you want to have during the long term. You want to drive that down. And for that, you do need to dive in and to look into the details. And I think having not only the test code, but the app code available as well, I think that's sort of a game changer. That's where you actually can fix the problem, and not only on the test side by adding a wait or intercept or whatever, but actually fix the code, right? Because that's what's causing the flakiness.
No, totally. All right, this last question, we're going to have to speed through it, but
all right.
You got a web shop, right? Customer experiences a bug, developers trying to replicate that bug themselves. Okay. How can they get that bug from the live site, the customer experience, to their replay debugger?
That's a good question. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way of how we can tell our customers to use a replay browser. I'm not sure if that would be useful. Maybe there would be a scenario, I don't know. But the good thing is that if you catch the bug, you just need to catch it once. Without replay browser, I think you might, if you want to really fix the problem, you might need to replicate that issue multiple times, and you need to narrow down and find those steps to replicate, which is much, much harder than just catching it once. So I think that's where replay shines.
I love it. You can, even if the bug happens once, you can go over it multiple times. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Philip.
Thank you.
Remember, if you do have questions, head over to Philip in the QA discussion room. If you are online, head over to the Q&A Discord, and he will get those questions asked. All right? We're going to have a break. Go maybe grab a coffee or a tea. I think I'm going to grab another cup of tea. I'm very British. And we will see you soon for another talk.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, I know there's probably a bunch of people who are quickly grabbing and pouring their tea. I myself was grabbing my tea and rushing back into the room because we are going to have the last talk of the day. But before I do that, I just want to pump the energy of in the room up. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about something. I would like us to just practice a little clap, right? We're going to start with like CSS clap scaling system that I just made up now, called 1. Let's do just a little like clap. Like clap, golf, yeah, okay, cool. Let's do a 5, a decent clap. All right, but we're going to do an even bigger one when we have our next speaker. And like I said to someone when I was talking about different conferences, whenever you want to end a conference, you want to end a conference going like, that talk was freaking cool. And this speaker and this talk is freaking cool. I actually got to see a little bit of the setup yesterday during the testing bit, and I'm really excited to give the stage over to Theodore, who is a software engineer with a focus on JavaScript development, and they've been exploring so many different parts of software creation, including delving into realms that I would never go to of IoT, human interaction, and ethical software building. I'm going to get out of your way, and to tell us about the rise of the robots, can we have a 10 out of 10 applause for Theodore?
Oh, I think I have. Oh, here it is. Cool. OK. Hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. OK. So I'm Theodore. I'm a software engineer based in Athens, Greece. I'm also the founder of Proxima Analytics. It's an open source, ethical first analytics platform that you should definitely check this out. And you can also find me online by the alias Wordless. So if there's a question that we can make for 2023, it's going to be, are the robots going to actually take over? Like, is your freeds going to take you as a hostage, or are you going to lose our jobs as software engineers? And truth to be told, this question is like rather too old, if we can say so. So this is Isaac Asimov, one of the most famous science fiction authors. And in one of his books, which is called I, Robot, in 1953, I think, he came up with the 3 laws of robotics. So basically, this is a manual when robots are going to actually take over. And today, we're going to challenge these questions, and we're going to try to find out if this is true or not. So fast forward, in 2018, I was working for a company, and besides that, I was also trying to experiment with different aspects of software engineering, trying to mix up things like 3D printing, electronics, and stuff. And I was working for a company where we had 3 major products. Like the first one was a web application and 2 mobile applications, one for Android and another one for iOS. And I can really tell you this. So mobile end-to-end testing is pretty damn hard. It really is. So if you have ever tried to run end-to-end testing in mobile applications, we're basically more or less stuck to the emulator. On the other hand, we also need to test mobile applications on real devices, right? But it's quite tricky, actually. So for security reasons, most of the applications are sandboxed. That means that we cannot actually test how our applications are interacting with the operating system. We cannot test sharing links between applications. We cannot test a workflow where we want to authenticate users using the email client in a mobile phone. Moreover, we have external interruptions like phone calls. Mobile phones are like living organisms. So we have phone calls, notifications, push notifications, and so on. And then I had that weird idea, like, what if we could actually try and build a robot for automating tests in real devices? And you know what? I know that most people would actually think something scary or big, like the Terminator or so. But truth to be told, we can categorize automation robots in 3 big categories based on their movement. So the first category is they're called Cartesian robots. We have 3 axes, And basically, the actuator moves into the three-dimensional space using belts and wheels. 3D printers and CNC machines are working in that way, in that format, actually. But in our case, it does not work because we have a limited area to work with, and also the movement does not feel that natural. Next up, we have robotic arms, which are basically made with stepper motors and 3 or 4 attached parts. They are an industry standard for the car industry and medical operations as well, but they're pretty hard to operate, and moreover, they're pretty expensive and mostly used for repetitive tasks. So our pickup for today are called delta robots. We have a base on the top, 3 or 4 motors attached, and as you can see, we have pairs of arms that are connected to the actuator. They're pretty easy to operate. Basically, we can use basic trigonometry in order to calculate the position and move the robot along. And the movement is like fast, efficient, and really natural. But how we can actually build that kind of a device, right? Luckily for us, there's a company called Topster, and it has been founded by Jason Huggins, who is also one of the creators of Appium and Selenium. And two of their devices are actually open source. So this is called TopsterBot. This is the version 1. And based on his design, I actually forked the entire setup and the code. And today I'm going to present you like a real device. So this is Margaret, as you can see here. Thanks so much. By the way, this whole setup runs inside my browser, so this is a live feed here. As you can see, we have like arms attached here. Most of this part is using bolts, nuts, and screws, and 3D printed parts as well. The brain and heart of this device is a tiny microcontroller. But you might be asking, where the hell is JavaScript? This is a JavaScript conference, right? So truth to be told, JavaScript is a really good option if you want to program stuff in microcontrollers. There are a bunch of frameworks out there like DeviceScript, Johnny5, Nodebots, Espruino, you name it. And JavaScript is a really good language because we're handling events naturally, callbacks as well. So this is the things that you're doing with a device like this one. In our case, we're going to use Johnny5. The brain and heart of the robot is actually a microcontroller, an Arduino Nano microcontroller. So Johnny5 works as a proxy. The device is connected to my workstation, and then we can directly run a Node.js server in the backend, and we can send commands that the robot executes them. So this is a basic class that allows us to run a really basic robot. We first have to instantiate the Johnny5 board. The microcontroller has labeled pins, so we can say that we're running 3 stepper motors, 3 servo motors on pins 2, 3, and 4. And then when the board gets instantiated, we can run the actual class. And here is the very basic interface implementation of doing so. We have the initialization function, and then some helper functions like tapping, moving, swiping, and resetting the device. And I told you that this is live, right? So since we have a Node.js server in the backend, we can do whatever we want to. So here we can expose REST APIs or even WebSockets. So here, as you can see, I can directly move the robot through the X, Y, and Z axis as well. Or I can actually make it dance for a while. The basic movement is more or less sending commands and coordinates, like go to point 0, 0, 0, and so on. Oh, let me just unfocus this one, OK? So if you think about it, we can move the robot just setting the coordinates within an interval. If we're talking about taps, like tapping the actual device, that's just about lowering the z-axis to 0, like touching the actual device on the bottom of the robot. And here's the basic implementation of doing so. But there is one thing here. because that device does not exactly know where the mobile phone is, we need to actually calibrate and let the robot be aware of where the mobile phone is. In order to do so, I have created a really simple web interface, so we can start the calibration process. The robot lowers down to the device, and when the touchscreen gets touched, it sends a command back, so we can take pinpoints and find out where everything is right now. Now let's talk about swipes. Now that the robot is actually calibrated, swiping is just touching the screen to point A, dragging to point B, and releasing, right? In order to do so, I have recreated the Tinder UI, the one with the cards. So we can start picking our mate for today. Cool. Let me unfocus this one. OK. So now that's everything we actually need to do so. We have taps, and we have swipes. Since we have the Node.js server in the backend, we can do whatever we want to. We can interact with the REST API. We can use a WebSocket. We can actually also use Appium. In this example, we're just instantiating the Appium JS SDK and then send directly commands back to the web server. So everything is in place, and we can start testing out our application. But I know that you want a full-fledged demo, right? But as I told you, today we're going to challenge the real robot. So I want everyone in this room or remotely to pick up your phones. That's a new one for a conference, right? So you're going to compete against the robot. We have a really simple game here. We also have two big prizes, right? If the robot wins, we're doomed. Try to find out the bunker, try to run away. But if someone of you wins, then there's a full year sponsorship by Egghead, like 1 full year, as well as a copy of Node.js design patterns by Luciano Mamino. Kindly provided this one for one lucky winner. And here's the game. You're going to compete with math against the robot live in this room. So you can go to dub.sh/play. You have to go inside, just pick a username to do so. Please, people, be kind. And once everyone gets logged in, we can start playing around. The game is really simple. You have an equation, like a mathematical addition. You have to pick up the right answer as fast as you can. Time matters here. OK. I'm just going to give you like 10 seconds or so. The whole game will last about 1 minute. Everyone set? Everyone set? Are we good? OK. So are you ready? Just 1 minute. And you can actually start playing. It's hard, right? OK. Almost there. 5, 4. And we're done. Hands on the phones, everyone. OK. Let's see how that went. Are you ready for the results? Yeah, let's do that. Chatterbox coder. Is among us? No? OK. In the application, we can find your ID that you can send me over through a DM. Congratulations to Rahul, Michal, and the robot, actually. But really good job. Actually, Chatterbox nailed it. OK. So this is a wrap. We're going to try and do what else we can do with a setup like this one. So, since we have a full-fledged automation system, we can test deep linking, sharing, like authentication flows, as I told you before. We can run the device 24/7 on different devices, iPads based on the actual base that we can build up, so we can scale up and down the robot as we want to. We can test push notifications and interactions with the operating system. But there is also more. So, for example, we can attach a camera and have a live feed in order to detect what the robot touches or swipes. We can get really meaningful metrics, like how much time does our application take to load. This is a really interesting one because we can take metrics about user behavior or analytics. And because the coordinates and the movement is based on matrices of numbers through time, we can effectively replicate bug scenarios or trying to go through workflows. We can also stress test the application, like fiercely tapping the screen and so on. And finally, since the movements can get described really well, we can train our own AI models, and we can provide auto-generate user paths and workflows in order to provide automation testing as well. So that's all from me now. I would like to thank you so much for your time and patience, and I hope you enjoyed the conference so far.
Let's give him a round of applause. Feel free to step into the office. No robot is replacing this job of MC anytime soon, thankfully. Let's see the questions. Before we do into the questions, I have a confession to make. And I feel really bad about this as well. I am Chatterbox Coder, and I realized halfway through that I was like, oh wait, if you just like quickly go through questions and you get them wrong, it still speeds up the next question. So I was just doing maths on the first 2 digits and carrying one and seeing if it worked. So I think Rahul should get the prize, first of all. So wherever Rahul is, wave your hands. Give them a round of applause wherever they are. And if they're at home, give Theodore a DM. All right.
That's pretty fair for you, right?
Yeah. OK, so let's talk about some of these questions. So we'll save the first question until last. But the next question, which asks about axes, if it's a larger device with responsive design, I will start that again. If it's a larger device with responsive design, will you need to update the test?
Fairly not, because since so for my example, I'm interacting with a web interface. So you can actually place locators and you can identify the coordinates of where's everything. Also, when the device boots up, we get information about the viewport, about the actual device screen. So it's pretty easy to accommodate different designs as well. Tapster Robotics have also created a base that can actually rotate the device also and tilt it in order to test the gyroscope and things like that. So no.
Well, thank you. I think that's so interesting how you start with a really simple thing. You're like, oh, can it do this? And you slowly add on the features. It's just like a real product you're developing. That's really cool. All right, I'm going to scroll down to the next question. We will go through some of the cheeky ones later. Don't worry, I'll save them for later. But how do you test push notifications? Like, can we make the robot know that a push notification has been received, etc.?
Sure. So in this example, I'm just interacting with the web interface, like placing locators and so on. Tapster has actually provided a way that you can attach a camera in order to identify what's on the screen. And also, you can use a toggle in order to screencast the results. So you can do image comparison and identify that there is a notification popping up. Or you can, since this is a web interface, you can get a callback when the push notification actually rises up.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's really impressive as well. And it's such a unique way using the camera. We've got another question, which is about like speed. And I guess this kind of goes away from software into kind of robotics. Like, what's the speed limit and how would this affect the duration of CI pipelines compared to like a software-only solution?
So the speed depends on the movement because like you have to precisely calibrate the movement. So for example, if you want to make concurrent taps in different places, you have to move the robot like quite fast. But the working area is too small. So I think it's pretty fast. Like there are videos up there from Topster that they're aggressively tapping the screen like super quickly. They have also a demo about playing what's it called? Tappy Bird?
Yeah.
That game as well.
Flappy Bird, the one where it goes up and down.
Yeah, it goes up and down, so it's pretty fast.
No, I think that's really cool as well. The fact that it can like capture that image and still move and actually pretty much be faster than most humans is pretty impressive as well. Another thing, maybe if there's some JavaScript developers who want to get into IoT, you clearly are very, very into IoT. Someone asked, do you recommend using JavaScript with IoT, as an IoT device has less memory and most devs prefer to use C++ programs? So first, let's talk about what you prefer, and then let's give some advice for anyone who wants to get into it with JavaScript.
Okay, so it actually really depends. If you want to bring up like a full-fledged IoT application, yeah, sure. C++ makes totally sense. On the other hand, JavaScript is actually pretty good because basically, if we have a microcontroller, it's bare bones. It's just a tiny computational unit. But if you start attaching sensors like or buttons and so on, JavaScript is a really good option. Johnny5 works as a proxy, so it's pretty easy to use it as a workstation. If you want to bring up like standalone applications, Esperino and DeviceScript are really into that. So whatever works for you, that's the proper answer. But if you want to experiment, like you can spend, I don't know, a couple of bucks, get a simple Arduino clone, some LEDs, and it's pretty straightforward to do so. The other interesting part is that you don't need special software to do so. So for example, there are different IDs that you can run inside your browser, and it's pretty cool because you have live updates inside instead of having a compilation step and so on.
Now that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you. We've got like a bunch of different questions that all really are the same thing, which is about multi-touch. So zoom, pinching, and different things. Maybe what kind of what's the future product roadmap? I guess that's the actual question.
Right now, in order to use the stylus, in order to touch the screen, we have a stylus. So basically, it's a phone pen, the cheap one, like $1 or so, that's grounded to the microcontroller. Basically, you can attach whatever you want to. If you attach like a pen, that's a plotter. If you attach a hot end, that's a 3D printer. So basically, you can attach like a small, like 2 fingers, like 2 styluses in order to create swipes and so on. It's based on your imagination and what you are capable of doing so.
Nice, nice. We got another question, and this is, a lot of these are like people seeing that this is great, they want to use it, and maybe there's some extra features that they want. And I think the next one's kind of in that, especially you talked about the camera sensor. And I guess if you build the camera sensor, this person's asking about making sure that the next screen that happens after an action is what is expected. And I know you spoke about the fact that there's a camera, the fact you can use AI. How would you go about like implementing that?
So basically, it's based on what you're trying to achieve, right? If you're using mobile phone applications and you're running the application, you can just send events in order to make your assertions. Like, here's a screen, I have swiped, here's another screen. The mobile application just raised an event, so I can assert that everything works as expected. You can actually also use image comparison to do so. You can use locators. It's up to you how you want to handle this one. For example, for the game that you have actually played, this is a web interface. So every time that I had to make an action, I was just directly sending commands back to the workstation using WebSocket.
Nice, nice, nice. And I love the fact that this is because all of the technologies are JavaScript and things we're familiar with, all the other APIs and all the other pieces of knowledge that we have is available to us to use with it.
By the way, I just want to say that the entire cost for this setup, it's more or less 40 to 50 bucks based on if you're capable of, like, if you have a 3D printer, it's probably less. But all the components are widely available, like the servo motors are pretty plain, old school motors for remote controlled cars. So yeah, it's pretty affordable if you want to do so, if you want to build something like that.
Oh, cool, because you kind of preempted me on the next question. The next question was, what's the price?
Yeah, it's more or less 40 or 50 bucks. The cool thing is that right now we have more ways of doing so. For example, Tapster, they were working on a setup where they have actually used a customized dongle that can control the phone using the accessibility settings. So they're tricking the phone, thinking that this is a keyboard and a mouse, so you can even run a similar setup with an Arduino or a Raspberry Pi for way less, I think more or less $5 or so. So yeah, definitely check them out.
No, that is really, really awesome. And then last one of the serious questions before we get to the fun ones that I know everybody is waiting for. So this one's about if the application UI changes, every time you're going to need to update your test cases and do it all quite manually, I'm guessing, at this point in time. I mean, is there a future you envision where it could be easier to like kind of automate changes to the tests?
I think that relies on the setup you actually have. So as I told before about the responsive design, for example, if you're running tests on the web interface, like using Cypress or Playwright or so, you can actually say, hey, go and click to this position of the screen. That's pretty static. But if you somehow have a dynamic way of identifying the interactions that you want to make, that makes pretty much makes the whole setup more flexible, if I can say so.
Awesome, awesome. And one thing I think actually is, and kind of like this answer, everything's an it depends. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It really is. And honestly, what I would say is afterwards, come find him and have a chat. I'm guessing you'd love to talk about it, considering you've come on stage and chatted about it with all of us. So thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right, now what we're going to do is we are going to jump into our rapid fire of yes or no answers for the next questions.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Lots of people are laughing. All right, so we'll start with the first one. Yes or no? Will Skynet kill us?
In 10 years or so?
Yes or no?
Yes, in 10 years.
Cool, nice. Next one. Can it solve the I am not a robot captcha?
Actually, yes. We have tried this one, and it's pretty amazing because they do have a bug there. So for mobile devices, it's pretty easier to do so.
Ah, fair enough. Ironic, right? All right, next one. And it's just a yes or no. No explanations. Have you used the robot for Tinder as well?
No.
No, okay. Well, I guess the answer is obvious on the next one. Can you share the source code to use it in Tinder? Asking for a friend. Wink. Emphasis on the wink.
The source code is actually open source. It's on the Tapster GitHub repo for Tapster 1 and 2. It includes everything that you need to build, like bill of materials, a code, and so on, and also the 3D designs that you can go to a makerspace and 3D print the entire setup.
So whoever you are, don't worry, you got it covered. You just need to do a little bit of work yourself. All right, next one. If the robot would have won, would you have programmed it to read the Node.js book?
Once again?
If the robot would have won, would you program it to read the book?
I cannot answer this one. Yeah.
Hopefully it just never wins and you never have to face the problem, right? Next one, this is about the actual, the board, the machine. Is it connected over Wi-Fi? How's it connected to your
basically
computer?
I'm connected I'm on the Wi-Fi network, and both of them are connected to the same Wi-Fi, so I can expose my local setup to the robot, to the mobile phone and so on.
That's awesome. And the last question, it's not a question, but it's one thing that I think we all agree with. This presentation was amazing. You should keep it up. We want to see you again. Give him a massive round of applause.
Thank you so much.
All right. I told you that we're going to see something cool. All right. For the remote audience, that was the last talk of the day, and it's a wrap. But thank you so much. Let me start that again, because I just realized I got it wrong. That is a wrap for those of us who are here. But for the remote audience, don't go away. You have so much more coming. I'd like us all to turn around and wave to the remote audience as they go off to the recorded talks. Bye.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
By the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'll surrender it. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
All right. I'm gonna give that 7.5 out of 10. You're gonna have a time to practice a 10 out of 10 as the next speaker comes to the stage. So to kick us off at TestJS Summit, we are going to have a titan, in my opinion, in the testing world. This person has been giving talks for over a decade. That means they've been giving talks for, I think, longer than I've been programming, and they've been specializing in talks on testing as well. We are going to have the wonderful David Burns, who's going to talk to us about testing frameworks, mobile frameworks, and browsers. And they currently head the open source office at BrowserStack, and they've been a core contributor to the Selenium project. So, to give us an amazing talk, I'd like us to give a 10 out of 10 applause to David. The stage is yours.
Right. Hi, everyone. My name's David, and today I'm going to be talking about testing frameworks, mobile frameworks, browsers, and how each of the people who work on those love developers and testers who use their products. The reason why I know this is, as Nathaniel said, I've been kind of in the industry for a while. I've spent nearly a decade working on Firefox. I've been doing browser automation for nearly 2 decades. And so every time I see these things and come to these conferences and see what people are doing and showing, all I see is kind of the love that they care and want to improve everything. And I want us to kind of care about it. Like, I want everyone in this room to go, actually, it's nice to see that they care. And so we're going to start with something I think is kind of a true. Testing is hard. Whenever we look at how we want to do our jobs, we start with testing and we go, actually, you know what? Testing is very, very hard. People build careers out of it, right? And they still go, I have no idea what I'm doing. And it's okay. And the main reason why testing is so hard is that the systems we're working against are incredibly complex. We think about JavaScript. It's an asynchronous language. We've kind of been doing this. But whenever we think about testing, we think sequentially. We want to go from this step to this step to this step. So years and years ago, when I started my career, there was callback call, and you tried to do it, and you hoped that things would run in the right time. The language has improved, and it's got much, much better. But then we've got other things that kind of get in the way. We've got browsers, we've got web apps, we've got everything from multiple layers through the entire system that we've got to test. And we think about how we go about doing it, and we go, actually, this is really hard. But we've had numerous people think about how we approach these problems. And they've tried to simplify them as they go along. And they've come up with kind of cool terms like the testing pyramid, unit testing, integration testing, and so on. And I'm going to break it down. Because I think it's important that sometimes words matter. Sometimes I don't think they matter so much. And so with the unit testing, this is where I think people get a bit too fixated, but they've tried to break down the problem into something small, and it's a small test, because sometimes people can't do it at a unit level. And we've got these integration tests, where we test our contracts. And this is where we start to see some of the kind of real love that people have, right? We get tools like Mocha and things like that have kind of grown, and newer tools, V-Test, that have come out to allow people to do it, right? Testing in JavaScript when I started my career was a lot of just manually clicking, making sure that things worked as we anticipated. And it wasn't that easy. And then we've got cool tools that are coming out that allow us to kind of think slightly bigger, but not as big as an end-to-end test. And we've got those component tests. We've seen the market exploding with kind of people trying to test their front-end frameworks, which are really hard to test because they're complex. They've got their own complexity built in. And then we've got these medium to large tests, as I like to call them. And the medium to large tests is you're at least starting up a browser, but you're not doing a full end-to-end test. And then we've got our end-to-end tests. And so it's got all this complexity. And then you throw in different browsers, right? I've only just shown Chromium variations here. But you've got Firefox, you've got Safari, and then you've got mobile browsers on top of it. And it starts, this complexity is something that everyone starts thinking about, but when it comes to the case of actually solving it, improving it, doing that work, it's very hard. But there's bound to be someone who cares and wants to do it. But we've got all this complexity. So we've got our frameworks, we've got browsers, and sometimes browsers are not always the browsers that we expect them to be, right? At the beginning of the year, the Chromium team said, oh, by the way, headless is not what you think it is. Headless is a totally different browser in Chrome. So all your tests that you've been doing, thinking you've been doing the right thing, maybe it's not actually true. And we're sorry about that. But we fixed it, right? So sorry about that. So now, not only have you got Chromium variations, a headless browser that you're thinking about, and you're trying to improve your tests, and it's not going the way you want. But this is a first sign that the Google team actually care about us. They've seen the problem. They've gone, actually, this is causing more problems than we care for. So let's go fix it. And this is another sign that our developers love us. But then we go straight from them loving us to them hating us again. Upgrading every 4 to 8 weeks, right? When I started at Mozilla, the year before, Firefox 3.6 had been released. I am that old. And we were 6 months out from Firefox 4 being released. Mozilla decided to have this wonderful all-hands group where the whole company gets together. And at that stage, Mozilla was about 350 people. So we were small. They invited a Googler over. A Googler gave a talk to the whole company, and he said, by the way, we're going to be shipping Chromium, because Chrome was like new on the market. We're going to be shipping every 12 weeks. The web's not moving fast enough. We needed to move faster. Internet Explorer had kind of given up, and they were kind of just doing what they needed to at a bare minimum. Firefox was kind of growing, building things. And then the Chromium team were like, yeah, we need to do this faster. And it's only got faster since. Right? The 8 weeks is normally around Christmas time, or kind of July 4th. When the US teams need to have a break, and they don't want to be shipping then, because if something goes wrong, someone's got to have to work through the holiday periods. So, I've talked about a bit of love from the developers, the Chromium developers, but where's the love for the testing community? Like, where are we seeing those things that kind of make our lives easier, better, faster, more productive? And where are we seeing those items? And we see them with tooling nowadays that is kind of allowing you to, like, I need to set up a new project. How do I do that? So, setting up devices, setting up browsers, right? I've been working on Selenium for about 16, 17 years, right, in one form or another. In that time, we never gave you the tooling to kind of download a browser, set that up. Mostly because kind of making sure that was consistent everywhere was hard. And open source projects are mostly run by volunteers. There are a few exceptions, but setting those up was hard, but we tried to do everything else in the meanwhile. So we worked with the W3C and got drivers, and we standardized everything, and we got those into place. And then we got setting up the dependencies. I'm sure you've all seen, like with component testing, we want to make sure that you have everything you need. But front-end frameworks have their own specialities, so it's all about kind of download this, and not knowing when to do it. Puppeteer famously started this with, like, actually, we'll download the Chromium for you. We'll make sure you can download, run on your first go. You can't do that. You couldn't do that with Selenium, not unless you already had a browser and you knew how to start up that browser. But there was a bit of complexity there. We've seen it grow with Cypress and Playwright, Nightwatch, JS. I work on that now. WebDriver IO. They've all gone, actually, let's set up everything and improve it. So they might not tell you that they kind of care for you, love for you, but their actions are starting to show it. And we've got to the stage where we can improve things. So in this case, like NPM inits, we see it with React and other projects nowadays, where you can just go, I would set me up a project, and you can do it. So the picture on the right, if you can't see it, it's fine, but the last 3 lines is like, do you want to do end-to-end testing? Do you want to do component testing? Do you want to do mobile web or mobile app testing? And then you answer a couple questions, you tell us where we're going to run it, and we go run it. And we make sure everything's in place. We give you example tests. This has now become a standard way for frameworks to set everything up, because getting started in a JavaScript space is hard, because we think sequentially, and we try solve these problems in a language that's asynchronous and doesn't always work sequentially in the way we want it. And so it tries to improve these things. The other thing that's kind of trying to be improved along the space is the principle of least astonishment, or I prefer it, the principle of least surprise. So when you get something, you should intuitively know how to use it. If you work on, like if you go to a mail client and you want to send an email, it should be obvious that there is a compose button or a new email button, right? Things like that. If you're working in an API, you should be able to kind of just go, do this, dot, do that, dot, and it should just allow you to move it on if you wanted it that way. Or you just kind of go, I think this is how I need it. I need to pull this information out. And it should be intuitive to do that. Where some frameworks have started failing down, and this is mostly when it comes back to how Selenium never allowed you to download it and always forced you, other frameworks are like, we'll download it for you, is that upgrading those browsers nowadays means you have to upgrade their framework, which then can cause other problems. But it's not necessarily because they don't love you, it's that their love is being shown in a different way. And so sometimes upgrading the framework can break your tests. I know I've seen this before with Puppeteer users. They were like, I'm stuck on a very old version of Puppeteer because every time I upgrade it, my tests break. I just can't handle that. I don't have time to fix my tests. And so you should be able to, through your tooling, whatever, be able to upgrade small parts, have the confidence, and move on. And this is where kind of, it's a bit of a hobby horse of mine at the moment. Browser engines don't equal browsers. If you think back to the Chromium slide earlier, we had 6 different Chromium versions there, right? If I go speak to Brendan Eich, who's the CEO of Brave, he will tell you 1 or 2 things are the same as Google Chrome or Chromium, but Brave is unique. Same with Opera, Vivaldi, Edge, right? They all take their different things. So how do we go about solving this? So in the Selenium space, which I spend a lot of time in, we've got tooling like Selenium Manager. This is how the Selenium project is trying to show you that they care, is that you want to update your drivers for Chrome, because Chrome driver has to use the Chrome debug protocol, which changes with every version of Chrome, and you need to update that. What if we just took away that pain, solved it for you? The other thing that people have, that we were seeing is that, like, the Puppeteer team were getting frustrated with the way people were raising issues. This bug is happening with Puppeteer in Chromium. And they will go, well, I can't reproduce this in Chrome. And so what they did, the Chromium team, was they created Chrome for testing. And Chrome for testing is to stop you using Chromium in your testing environment. Because it's not meant to be used as a test browser. Because there's no way to go from, I've got this bug, and track it all the way back to the commit that caused that bug. Because things are changing so fast in that code base that it's nice to have a standard way to do it. So Puppeteer, Selenium, things like that, they use it. And it's come through collaboration, improving what we want, that people start caring. And then it comes down to the other side of it, right? Shrinking desktops is not mobile. It's a bit controversial for some people, but it's true. And the main reason is how operating systems render web pages. They get complex, things like that. If you spend some time with a Chromium developer who's working on Android, or a Firefox engineer working on Android, or iOS engineer working on, or Safari engineer working on iOS, it can be hard. But the way frameworks are starting to show people that they care and love for you is that we see this hard problem, we'll set it up for you. So one of the projects that I work on, Nightwatch.js, it sets up simulators and emulators for you if you want to test on mobile. And it's not relying on Appium to do things if you care about just the web. Because Chrome driver, Gecko driver, Safari driver, they work well with mobile browsers. So let's use mobile browsers. I will give you one thing. Scaling on mobile is hard. But scaling up on desktop browsers is hard too, just in a slightly different way. Maybe a less expensive way, but it's still hard. And so people are giving you their love and giving you the frameworks and the tools, and most of this is for free nowadays, thanks to open source. I think one of the things that would be awesome for people in this, around the world, is to share their feature ideas. I think I would like this or that. This is the pain points I'm having regularly with your framework. There's a lot of noise that comes into a lot of into projects, but when there's someone going, hey, I love this idea, could you help me make it? I'm pretty sure every project that you use would be willing to help. So share your ideas, because sharing your ideas is you showing your love back. And with that, I've come to the end of my talk. Thank you all. So yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please sit in my office. I really enjoyed that, and I loved getting your perspective, especially on everything. I'm pretty sure everyone also enjoyed it. By the way, if you do have questions, we'd love to hear from you. Make sure you go and check out the Slido. The code was 0007, and then we can add your questions to the list. One of the benefits, though, of being an MC is I get to ask a question first.
Awesome.
A question that I've kind of been wondering is, like you said, you've been in especially browser automation for over 20 years, right? So you've been here for a while. You've seen a lot of ships come. You've seen a lot of ships go. Are there any ships that you see that just enter the station, leave the station, then come back around again, that maybe we should just start just putting them in place permanently?
Not really. I think the interesting thing that is happening is that the JavaScript space is seems very fickle sometimes, right? But when you look at it, some of the things that are always there, the old guard, are still there. They just might not get the publicity that they were getting, say, 5-10 years ago. And so if you just went on pure sentiment, people will tell you that oh, Cypress and Playwright are growing and they're doing this. They are growing and they're fantastic tools, right? But at the same time, the old gods, Selenium, things like that, they're still growing like 25% quarter on quarter, right? And so I don't see things like that. The things that I have seen are kind of how people approach the problem. So sometimes it was like, oh, we can just inject JavaScript into the page, that'll be good. And we started with that originally with Selenium and kind of went away from it. Cypress then brought it back. And so it causes some problems, but it doesn't. But it's the uniqueness of the kind of the web brings, there is always something moving forward, not necessarily going in a circle.
Yeah, totally. Always moving forward. I like it. Okay, so we've got a couple of questions coming in. The first one is asking about different frameworks. So what do you think is different between the Nightwatch team's approach compared to other front-end, end-to-end frameworks like Cypress or Playwright? And this is a cheeky addition to the question. Why is it better?
So the way kind of like Nightwatch and WebDriver are kind of core philosophy is be where your user is, right? So if you're going to test, do component tests, make sure it's in a browser, not using JS DOM, because like that actually causes other problems, and it's like that Chromium versus Chrome problem that can kind of come up, and you have these differences. The thing that I think kind of like Nightwatch is, personally, I think Nightwatch is better than Cypress, because Cypress uses, like, the way it speaks into the browser is using older technology, like the Selenium RC. And if you write any JavaScript in a page, you're bound by the sandbox in the browser, because it's a security system, right? It's trying to keep everyone safe, and it's not necessarily designed for automation, where the way, like, Nightwatch and Playwright do it is that it speaks through the back end of the browser and go, hey, can you manipulate these things for us? And then it's more realistic. And so in that case, I think it's really good. I think there's a lot of similarities between like Playwright and Nightwatch, and especially with the work that's going on in the W3C for like WebDriver BiDi to standardize some of those basic ideas so that Nightwatch can improve as it goes forward and be standard.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That was a really good question and a great answer. We've got another one, and this kind of is related to some of what you spoke about browser. So headless tests replace browser tests. So if not, then why do we test headless as no end user is ever going to be on headless? If yes, then why do cross-browser? I'm not sure I'm getting that right, but you can also read it there as well. On the right.
Okay. Can headless replace? No, I don't think it can. I've been in the camp that was trying to tell people when people were moving to headless. Same with Richard Bradshaw from Ministry of Test, or ex-Ministry of Test, was that like headless is not where your users are. Like it's great as if you're locally developing and you don't want to see browsers popping up all the time, right? Like that can be annoying. And so it's cool. But like the minute it goes into your CI/CD pipeline, it should be where your users are. Same browsers, whatever. And you have a matrix and you just build and test through it. And you should do that as much as possible so that you can catch bugs, right? So like my favorite like browser engine versus browser bug was one where a couple of years ago, IndexedDB was broken in Safari, right? Like really, really broken. But if you were testing in like Playwright with WebKit, you would never hit that bug because WebKit didn't have it, right? And then iOS Safari didn't have it either, but it was only on desktop, right? And so you had this weird bug that your CI/CD would have been passing, and this goes against, to me, the principle of least astonishment or least surprise, right? Like you shouldn't be getting surprises like that, and there's no way to track it back. So I'm very much use headed browsers as much as possible, but I do understand there's trade-offs, right? So.
No, I totally get it. And I love the path of least astonishment. I will be using it again in the future. And we're working on browsers, and someone asks, especially with the way the web works, like we're going to have requests from the server. So should we have mock requests from a server or not, and why?
I think the testing pyramid here comes in very quickly. Like when you've got your end-to-end tests, don't use mocks. But if you're doing component tests, do mocks, right? Like put everything in. Make those tests as fast as possible because you really want to fail as fast as possible. Right, like ThoughtWorks decades ago, when they brought out their CI/CD pipelines, they were like, yeah, builds should take no longer than 10 minutes because people like get distracted, right? Like mobile phones nowadays, people are like, oh yeah, it's cool building, let's do this. And it's like, oh wait, I've wasted an hour, right? Like having those quick feedback loops, definitely have mocks, and then kind of, but it's a balance. Don't do it everywhere.
No, totally. All right, we have time for one more sneak question, which is especially about the test of time. Do you think Chrome for testing will pass the test of time? Is it not better to be where your user is? Which, in my opinion, is kind of the point of your talk, right?
Yeah. So I do think it's going to stand the test of time, right? Like when it comes to testing, we need. I'm trying to think of the right word here. We need to kind of make sure that our tests are deterministic. That's the word I was trying to think of, right? Chrome for testing allows for determinism, but you can still, it's going to be the same Chrome that ships, but they kind of they've taken the auto updater out. And then so you're using what your users are, and now you don't have the auto updates. But then tools like Puppeteer, Selenium Manager, things like that, they should be updating those as things go along. So you're kind of keeping where your user are, but you've also got a deterministic browser on your system.
No, totally. All right, we don't have time for any more questions. However, you will be able to find David throughout the day, and also he will also be at the speakers discussion room later on. So definitely walk up and say hi and ask any other questions that you have. But let's give him one more round of applause.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to have a couple of minutes of break. This is because we are starting the track on the testing local host track. So if you would like to switch to go and listen to that talk, you have that time now. And we'll reconvene in just a few moments. So stick here if you want to listen to the next talk on this track. If you want to move over to the testing local host track, feel free to go out the doors, take a left, go all the way round, down the stairs, and you'll find it.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
If you are maybe just in the corridors, just outside, and you want to listen to the talks on a production track, please hustle back in and grab your seats. I can see a couple of people jumping back in. And while you folks get in and settle down, I just want to shout out one of the wonderful sponsors who have made today possible. You may have already met them in the hallway, and that is Replay. They are the only browser that let you record and retroactively debug your application. You can fix the hardest issues as a team and take control of your support process and test suite. We're going to actually have a talk by one of the members of the Replay team. It's a great product. I suggest you definitely check it out. Now, before I introduce the next speaker, who's going to give us a really good talk, I also want to shout out that you can ask questions. Maybe you missed it during the opening ceremony. Feel free to scan this QR code so that you can ask questions. And so without further ado, I am going to introduce our next speaker. They are a software developer at Nareform, and they focus on backend development and know so much about testing in Node.js. They are a maintainer of Mercurius.js and have made so many other contributions to the open source community. I test a lot with open source tools in Node.js, so I personally want to say a big thank you. And also, I'd like us all to give a massive round of applause to Marco. The stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. So today we're going to talk about a new feature of Node.js, the test runner. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Marco Ippolito. I'm one of the maintainers of Node.js, mostly focusing on security. And I work a lot in the open source ecosystem of Node.js. So let's start by definitions. So what's a test runner? So the test runner is actually the CLI tool that executes the test and integrates a reporter to export the outcome of the tests. So it goes through your source code and picks the test files to run. So let's see a bit of classification. So Mocha, for example, is a very popular test runner and testing framework because the two things go together. And the test runner always includes the testing framework because otherwise, you're going to pick the file to execute, but what else are you going to execute? So testing framework provides the content that is inside the file, while the test runner actually finds the file to execute. So Cypress is another popular testing framework that is built on top of Mocha. So Mocha takes care of going through the source code and finding which files you want to execute. And then Cypress is built on top the BDD libraries of Mocha. While Chai is only an assertion library that's also built on top of Mocha. So we have three main components that allow us to perform testing in our application. OK, so now we talked a lot about libraries, but what about Node.js itself? So in the Node.js ecosystems, there are a lot of libraries, and I want to, let's see the most popular ones. So we have Mocha that we talked about, Jest, Tap. We have a huge amount of libraries. And while this is good to have a lot of variety, it's actually bad for new developers that want to learn how to do tests in Node.js, because there is an incredible amount of information, and it's hard to find a guide and something to begin testing with. So what's the reason why there are so many test runner testing frameworks in the Node.js ecosystem? Well, it's because Node.js always follows the minimal core principle. And we can talk about, this is also related to the whole JavaScript ecosystem. So Node.js doesn't want to add to its core nothing that can be an NPM package. So when someone requests a feature to Node.js, what we say is just create a package. But with years, this led to a huge ecosystem, and it's deteriorated the developer experience. So people who wanted to learn how to use Node.js found it very hard because of the huge amount of packages, and also having too many packages increased the surface for NPM supply chain attacks. And I'm one of the team members of the Node.js security team, and we have been trying to decrease the risk for NPM supply chains attack with the Node.js permission model and many things. So having something built in the core, it's one package less, one vulnerability, potential vulnerability less. All right, so Node.js was actually shipping only an assertion library. Since Node 12, there was no test runner, no testing framework, just a very, very small assertion library, which was not very useful. So Node.js needed a native test runner and a native testing framework. So you could execute tests in Node.js without installing any other dependency. So it took some time. It was marked as stable in Node 20. So from Node 20, which is the LTS, and if you're not using Node 20, you should, you can use the Node.js test runner. So yeah, it took some time. It took a couple of years to make it, but we finally have it. And now we're going to explore some of the features. So the Node.js test runner was actually heavily inspired from Node Tap. Node Tap is one of the, in my opinion, best testing frameworks and test runners in Node.js. It's been created by Isaac, the creator of NPM. So it's quite popular, and we took big inspiration for this library. And it's actually one-to-one. You can just replace the import, and it's the same. It uses the same functions. So let's see some of the features of the Node.js test runner. So we will see filtering and how to execute certain tests and skip other ones. We will talk about sub-testing, reporting. This is very important, and mocking. And we also have watch mode, that if you don't know about watch mode, it's a very cool experimental feature that Node.js has. And code coverage, which is also very cool experimental features. and we will talk on why it's very important to have code coverage, an internal code coverage library. All right, so we did a lot of theory, and as someone much more important than me said, talk is cheap, show me the code. So yeah, we're going to talk about code. All right, so how to execute tests? You just run node -- test. And from node 20, you can do it. It will automatically select the test folder inside your application and run all the tests in JavaScript files inside. So you can also specify the folder that you want to execute, and specify also the extension if you're using a CJS file, MJS, depending on the JavaScript version that you're using. And you can also watch the test folder with the -- watch option, and it's very like I always use it. All right, so yeah, you can also watch a single file instead of a folder. Watch is still experimental, so I suggest you to use it and provide feedback to the Node.js project. So you can, if you find some bugs, just open an issue, and this will help the whole community. All right, so how to write tests? It's very easy. You just create your you just have the standard syntax and the assertion library. You can import it from node test and node assert. And then you can assert something very standard. We will go through the assertion library in a while. It has some strict subfolder where there are like strict for deep equality checks, and you could also not strict checks. So there are many assertions that you can do. There is the positive assertion. You can also do the negative assertion by adding a not at the beginning. Very handy. One thing, fun fact about the assertion library, we used to ship snapshot testing, so you could test snapshot, but we decided to remove it because it was not stable enough. So we're trying to bring it back because I personally love snapshot testing. And you can also obviously run a synchronous test with different kinds of level. So you have a top level and sub-testing. This is quite powerful in the Node.js because most of the time they're going to be asynchronous. And you can also use the BDD keywords like describe and it. They do the same thing. It's just another syntax for people who want to use behavior-driven testing. Node.js testing library also provides some keywords like to do, skip, and only. So you can filter your test based on you can write, you know that you will want to write a test later, so you mark it as to do. You want to skip it because it's not ready yet, you can just skip it. So it provides a full utilities for testing. Obviously all the hooks, before all, after all. This is our standard features that Node.js provides out of the box, so you don't need to install any other library. You can filter by name pattern. So for example, if you want to write only the tests that contain the word foo in the description, you can do it. So in this example, it will only execute foo, but it will skip bar. This is very handy. You can mock. It has the out of the box the mocking functionality, so you can mock object functions, whatever. You don't need libraries like Xenon, and it comes everything out of the box. Yeah, you can choose your own reporter. So most people use Spec, which is the default one. This is what it looks like. But you can also use tap if you like YAML output. I personally don't like YAML tap because it's very verbose, but it can be parsed by machines. So it's actually pretty good for automations. And this is what tap output looks like. So pretty standard. We also have dot as a reporter. So if you are familiar with something like PHP units, yeah, the output is just a dot. So, and an X if it failed. I haven't used it yet. I don't know why should someone use it, but feel free to test it. And you can create your own custom test reporter. For example, if the test passed, you return a green check, and if not, it returns a bug. And you can do this by creating a function. It's just an async iterator. So I'm sure that all of you use async iterators every day, right? No? So yeah. OK, and now we talk about coverage. Node.js ships coverage. It's experimental, and it's very handy because unlike other libraries, for example, Istanbul, which they add checks during execution. So they take your code, add small counters, and check how many counters have been updated. And then it does some logic to actually check the coverage. This is not how Node.js does it. Node.js uses V8 internal coverage. So it's very powerful. And if you're using C8 as a coverage library, it uses the Node.js internals to do it. So you can have it out of the box, no need for external libraries. It's inside V8, and Node.js will offer it to you. And this is what coverage looks like with the default reporter, which is spec. And you have for every file the lines of coverage, branch, and etc. So also here, pretty standard if you use to testing. You can use TypeScript. So there is a lot of controversy in this, because Node.js is the only runtime who doesn't ship TypeScript out of the box. And there is a reason behind it. So feel free to talk about this after the talk. But you can do it quite easily. You can just require the and use TS Node or TSX, whatever TypeScript transpiler you prefer. And then you just use -- require, and you can run TypeScript tests very easily. The syntax actually changed pretty recently. Before it was loader, -- loader. Now it's -- require. It's been a great update. And yeah, this is another very important feature. It's shards. So if you have a huge test suite, you can split the test into pieces. And you can run this test on multiple machines. This is something that has been released in Node 21. So it's not on the LTS yet. And this is huge, because if you have a huge testing library in your CI/CD, you can run just a small piece and on one machine. Or you can run just like half of it, and you can basically split it and and choose which part of your test to run. And so yeah, this is one of the best features. So let's move on. So should I migrate my testing suite tomorrow? No, you definitely should not. It's great to have something inside the runtime itself, but it's not, if you already have your test suite, it doesn't make sense to put a lot of effort into migrating it. But if you're starting a project from scratch, then it's something that you might be interested into. OK, so let's talk about the cons of the test runner, why, like what work we are doing and how we are improving it. So small ecosystem, it just has been released. The LTS was introduced like last month. So it's very new. And therefore, small ecosystem, no libraries, no guides. So everything is new. Not many APIs, so it's not complete. It's not bloated like some other testing frameworks. And no native TypeScript support. You always need a transpiler like TS Node or TSX or whatever. So, upcoming feature, planning. You can decide how many tests you want to run, and if they do not match, it throws you an error. Fake timers, and it actually got implemented and released a few times ago. So the test runner is running very fast. It's evolving very fast. New APIs are added every day. Community is very interested in it, so expect it to improve soon. And exit on failure, bail. It's a cool feature. I actually tried to implement it myself, but failed because of complexities. And so I will try again in the future to implement the bailout on failure. And the last one is actually expect failure, so negative testing. So if we actually expect a test to fail instead of a test to pass. So I suggest you to actually use these features, if not all of them, but at least like watch and code coverage, which are very useful. They are experimental, so please use them and provide feedback so we can improve it for everyone. And that was it. You can find all my links and work about Node.js. I will update about new features on Twitter, LinkedIn. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please enter the office, the Q&A podcast that we are doing today. Also, really enjoyed your talk. So many new features. And one thing I always like asking people who build on things like this, what feature do you think developers don't know about yet, but they should be most excited for?
So definitely the coverage. Code coverage, it's very fast. It's faster than any other libraries you're using. And it's the most accurate because it actually uses V8 internally. So yeah, that one definitely.
I'm really excited to try it out. I actually haven't tried it out just yet, so I'm going to try it out. And also, I've actually got an idea for a talk that I want to give based off of this, so I want to thank you in advance. All right, let's jump into the questions from the audience. We've got the first one, which is about the reporters, and they ask, why is there no built-in JUnit reporter? It's usually the most common use case since it's the de facto default format for machine-readable test results.
So that's because we started from TAP, which was the one we took inspiration from. And yeah, probably because no one in the Node.js maintainers team is interested in JUnit, so we haven't built it yet. But if there is interest, we surely build it.
So get on GitHub and let them know that you want JUnit test reporters as well. Another question, and this is something that I also am very interested in, so thank you, Norbert, for asking this. How does sharding work? Can it shard based on how long the test will run? Because I saw you had a kind of like a fraction.
Yes.
I was really interested. So how is that fraction kind of made? Do you just make it up on the fly and it does 1/5 of the tests? Or
yes,
how does
it actually does 1/5 of the test. And you can play with the fraction, depending, for example, if you have 5 machines, then you split 1/5 for every machine, and it's very handy, yeah.
That is really cool. That is really cool. I'm really excited to try that out as well. And then another question, and I think I saw a piece of code that had this in it. Can the Node.js test runner parallelize test? And if so, how do you control it?
Yes, it can. It can parallelize tests with, there is a flag concurrency. And so how do you control it? Well, you use it if you actually want to run tests in parallel, and you lose some kind of control because it will not execute them one by one. This is a choice that you have to make based on your use case.
The classic "it depends" answer. There is always one "it depends" answer. And then another one about test runner speed. Was it a concern when building it? Because this is a big part, especially when you're testing a lot. It becomes a big part of your time just waiting for tests to complete. So how much of a factor was speed?
Definitely, it was one of the main focuses, and it's fast. I did not add benchmark in my presentation, but you can find them on the Node.js project. It's very fast compared to the alternatives.
That totally makes sense. And another question as well about code coverage. It works well when you use the loader does it work well when you use the loader mechanism to support TypeScript?
No. That's one of the bugs that we are trying to fix right now. It doesn't work well, but we will make it work soon.
And obviously, just want to preface this by saying this is like the early days.
Yes.
And how are you kind of gathering feedback about features maybe developers want or features you maybe want to spend more time on?
Exactly. Like Node.js became LTS last month, so it's only been in the market for 1 month for the public. We have been using it internally, and we gather feedback by mostly maintainers that create new packages and use it in their new application. But we would really love end users to provide feedbacks on Twitter, on GitHub, on whatever there is a discussion section on Node.js on GitHub where you can add ideas, improvements that you want for the test runner. Yeah.
No, I love it. And I love it when there's like sort of an open feedback loop between the people working on projects and the people who use them. So please do contribute. One thing I loved about one of your slides is you had the slide and then you had Bun and Dino just like peeking in. It reminds me of this question where it's just thoughts on Bun's test runner.
Yeah, it's very fast. I love Bun. It's great. And it's helping the whole community because it allows to see what the community wants and how other Node.js alternatives are doing. So it gives a lot of inspiration and feedback through also other runtimes. Yeah.
Yeah. I love how it's an ecosystem and not just a competition between all of these as well. They all help each other and build each other up.
Yes, this is very important. And right now we have created a working group called WinterCG where we all work together to standardize the ecosystem and not be competitors, but like allies in the ecosystem.
I love that. And thank you for all of that hard work that you're doing. We've got another question, which is, what is the main problem you are trying to solve? So for them, it seems to be great to ensure new programmers are introduced to testing, but maybe there is more. Like when you started deciding you wanted to build this into Node.js natively, what were some of the big motivations?
So one of the big motivation is that every other runtime, every other programming language has its own built-in test library. Like there is no programming language without it, and because it's one of the key features. Like if you can write code, then you need to write tests too. And there is a lot of confusion in the ecosystem due to the large amount of libraries. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, and it's hard for an end user to understand which ones are good, compatible with Node.js. So we said, let's give our users something good, fast, and very simple to use. And the idea is also to have the ecosystem build libraries on top of the test runner. So instead of creating, again, a new test runner from scratch, like you can start from something that works and it's stable and it's standardized. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really good to be able to have those core features, and maybe you need to augment it for the specific things that you need as well. But that is also great to see kind of Node.js taking that on. And the next question, you kind of touched on it in one of the questions earlier, which is about performance. And I know you said they can look on the website, but this person has just asked about like its performance compared to Jest or VTest.
It's faster, especially...
I love the mic drop, just like, it's faster, boom.
Yeah, it's faster, especially from Jest and VTest, because those are great because they provide everything out of the box, but they're very slow, especially Jest because it runs inside a VM module of Node.js. So yeah, definitely the native test runner is much, much faster, yeah.
Cool. And we only have time for one more question, which is, what is up with the import paths? So I remember, if I recall correctly, and I think this is what this question is touching on, which is when you brought it in, you brought it in with the same way that you used with, was it TAP? No, not TAP. I've forgotten what the other one was
you
called.
mean the prefix node?
Yes.
Yeah, this is for standardization because, for example, BAN has some of APIs that are from Node.js for like compatibility. And so we decided to add a prefix before every of our native APIs so that other runtimes also know that this is from Node.js, and also users, if in other runtimes want to use a Node.js only feature, they can just add the prefix and it works. So if you're using BAN, you can use, for example, Node.js file system, and it's compatible with Node.js. So yeah, it's something new, and we haven't talked about it a lot, but you should use it.
Cool. If you have any more questions, or maybe I asked it wrong and you'd like to clarify, feel free to catch up with Marco over at the speakers discussion and around throughout the rest of the day. But for one last time, let's give him a massive round of applause. All right, lots of amazing talks. We are going to have another short break, so make sure you go grab your coffee, maybe grab a little snack as well. And if you want, you can stick around with me here on the production track, but we will also have other talks happening on the testing local host track. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
All right, everyone, welcome back. How's everyone feeling so far? Woo, let's hear it. All right, maybe get some more caffeine for but yeah. So welcome back. And 1 second here. Let me just make sure I can change my slides. All right, so let's go ahead and reminder to make sure that you show your love on Twitter or X, if you have to call it that. I prefer not to. Twitter is the name its mother gave it, so that's what I like to use. But make sure that you use the hashtag TestJS Summit to show the world, what you're learning here, what kind of talks that you're attending, and with photos and your thoughts using that hashtag. So don't forget to ask your questions for our speakers. Again, Slido.com, code 0007. We will ask these questions to the speakers after the talk. All right, and up next, we're very excited to have Norbert de Langen for his talk, How We Test Storybook Itself. This should be very interesting. So Norbert is a full-time open source maintainer of Storybook, working for Chromatic, the company behind Storybook. All right, Norbert, come on up. The stage is yours. Let's hear it.
Good morning, everyone. As introduced, my name is Norbert de Langen, and I'm here to give a talk. Unfortunately, my voice is not perfect. And this is kind of a talk that of a type that I've never given before. So before, I always gave a talk about, oh, you should do this new thing right now. This one is more of a case study. And so there's a lot of interesting bits for me. I hope they're interesting for you as well. I'm from the Netherlands, and as introduced, I work for a company called Chromatic. But my full-time job is maintaining Storybook. So I have to get this out of the way before I can talk about what makes Storybook internals tick and work. What is Storybook? Storybook is a tool that you can use to build better components because the core principle of Storybook is that you can work on them in isolation. Instead of working on your components top to bottom, you can basically start working on any component first. You can catalog all of those components and all of their states, all of the variances, and you can, very importantly, test them. That is what this conference is all about, right? And then you definitely want to share those components with your stakeholders. Storybook is quite popular, which is very humbling for me. All of these companies are using Storybook. And the reason is that at some point, when you're building applications, you might start with some easy components, and everything feels super easy. But at some point, you reach a level of components that is just complex. I've seen components of 5,000 lines of code, and everything is contained within the file. If you were to understand all of it, you could. But oftentimes, you kind of learn how code runs and how it works by how it's used, right? The premise of components is that you can use them all over. So if a component that is complex has all of these different variances and variations across the application, well, you're not going to look all across the application and search for all of those use cases. So that's really what Storybook is about. It's bringing all of those different weird edge cases that you might not even encounter in your app normally, and bring them together so that you can visualize them there. Often overlooked is that these weird edge cases can actually be combinatorial. So a loading state and a non-authenticated state and a different language can all coalesce together. All right, with that out of the way, I can start talking about my actual presentation, right? So Storybook is on itself pretty complex. And that's because of what we do. Storybook is like a web app that you bootstrap next to your own web app. And so we have to deal with whatever your web app kind of did, because we're looking at the same source code as your web app. So we have to deal with multiple builders, Webpack and Vite. We have to deal with multiple frameworks like React, Vue, Angular, Svelte, etc. And then there's meta frameworks layered on top of those, like Next.js and SvelteKit. We have to deal with multiple package managers, NPM, Yarn, PNP, and PNPM. Some people really love TypeScript, me included, but then some people feel like, no, I don't want like a translation layer between the writing my code and running my code, which is also valid. And so we support both languages, and we try to support them both equally. And something just went wrong with the slides. All right, go back. And then on top of that, like all of those kind of are things we are outside of our control, but we also make our own lives more difficult by adding more feature flags and making Storybook very configurable, because we want anyone to be able to use our tool, but that means that with loads of people come loads of opinions, and making everyone happy means you must add configurability. We try to modularize our feature set into add-ons, and we want to allow anyone else to create such feature sets as well, so we actually have a community add-on API that anyone can use. And then the elephant in the room, honestly, is backwards compatibility. So Storybook has been around for about 7 to 8 years. And so our code base has changed a lot. Our mentality, our like ideas of what Storybook should do has actually changed a lot. But at the same time, we don't want to tell users like, what you've been doing for the last N years, just throw that away and do this other thing instead. Or when we have to do something like that, we want to give them clear migration guides or even auto migrations. All right, so testing Storybook and testing all of that complexity. Let's get the easy stuff out of the way. We have a monorepo with 80+ packages. Yes, that is part of the easy stuff. We use TypeScript across our entire code base to make sure that all of these different packages and all of these code paths, they interlink correctly. TypeScript is a huge factor of like how much confidence we have in our code. We use ESLint to kind of take care of some of the subtle hit bugs that you might encounter. And then obviously we've got a bunch of unit tests for all of the small fragments of code individually. Anything that is an easy translation from A to B, we've got unit tests for. And then interestingly enough, Storybook does have some UI of its own, which is written in React. And so we have a Storybook for Storybook. We have a bunch of UI components that have stories that make up Storybook, and then yeah, it can be quite meta where you see a piece of Storybook inside of Storybook. All right, the hard stuff, because like this is actually something that would keep us up at night if we wouldn't have. If someone were to add Storybook to their project, does that work? And after they've added it, does Storybook still run? Like, and can it create a build? If they add add-ons to their do they work? If they change some configurations, do those configurations do what they're supposed to do? Many of our configurations actually kind of portal into some other tool's configuration. Like if you configure Storybook to support MDX, well, actually we configure Webpack to go and support MDX, right? So our tests also test a lot of stuff like the giants that we stand upon. And then another big part for Storybook, very important for us, something that we've been on, something that we've focused on a lot for the last 1.5 years is performance and install size. And so For us, it's really important to know that when we merge PRs, that is performance the same? Or is it better? Is it worse? Is it an okay trade-off to make? And same for install size and how big is it when you create a static version of your storybook? Like how big is that? Is that increasing by this PR? Yes or no? So testing this is super easy, right? We just do the AAA. We've got an arrange, right? Just set up a Next.js project, easy. And then act, right? Just add storybook to it, super easy. And then the assert, I guess just open the storybook. Well, we don't want to do this manually all the time, right? Like, I definitely don't. And these steps are not super easy because setting up a new Next.js project needs an active internet connection. It needs to talk to NPM. Adding storybook also invokes a CLI that you would normally invoke via something like npx, and then it goes and talks to NPM again to download the right packages based on the file or folder that it's in. So the storybook CLI does different things based on what's already in the directory that you're running it in. So if you have a Vue project, the storybook CLI will add storybook for Vue onto it. If you're using React, it will add storybook for React onto it, etc. So in this test, if we were to write it just like this, there's another complication factor because, well, we don't want to test stuff that's already on NPM, right? That would be a bit too late. So we want to test code that is in our repository, but then the CLI comes from NPM. And it's going to talk to NPM to download code. So what we need is like an NPM proxy in front of all of this. And that NPM proxy needs to be filled with stuff, right? And so in order to fill that proxy with the packages that come from our repository, we need to go and get that repository. We need to download all of the packages to make that work. We need to compile all of those local packages, then set up the for.show NPM proxy and publish the packages. And then we can set up the project. Then we can add storybook to it. And we might actually want to make some key modifications to the storybook config because we might want to test those. And then we can just perform those checks. All right, we're almost there. We don't want to do this whole thing in one go for every line of code that we change, right? That would be horrendous. This takes some time to run all of this. So if we want to do this more often than twice a day, we need all sorts of caching layers in between. But the scope is even much bigger than that. So I just showed you one project, right? But again, we support a lot of different types of projects. We support projects generated by Vue CLI, we support CRA, we support Next.js, and Vite CLI. Many of these generators have all sorts of flags to generate with different languages, etc. And as I said, we want to support and test for the multitude of configurations that we allow users to set. And we not just have one quick check whether Storybook works, but we want to check multiple things. We want to check whether the test runner works. We want to test whether the static build works, etc. So the real scenario kind of looks like this, like 80 packages to compile, 80 packages to publish, 50 different projects to set up, which we need to add Storybook to, and 5 different modifications to make, and then about 8 tests to run. Now, luckily, the CI, if we're running this on a CI, we can do a lot of this stuff in parallel, and so it doesn't have to take a lot of time, but it still takes some time. But it's very important to not just think about CI. it's important for what this workflow and what all of this testing means for the average day-to-day Storybook maintainer. Like, how do you make sure that the PR that you're working on works? Well, you could just like push it onto GitHub and wait for the CI, but you definitely want to be able to do it locally as well and get a decently fast feedback cycle. So what we've done is we've created a script that anyone in the repository can invoke with a specific target, test, or step in mind. So I want to test whether an end-to-end test after a static build, whether that works. So you can target that specific test. And then the script just kind of figures out exactly what the repository state right now is in all of its caching that we do. And then it can start from the right place in time. And then importantly, this script is the same in the CI as when running it locally, which means that when a CI job fails, which is kind of the point of a CI job, right? A CI job should tell you when something is wrong. If a CI job never fails, then something is actually wrong. So we definitely are good there. Our CI jobs fail a lot. But importantly, when the CI job fails, then at the end it just says, run this one single line of code in your command line, and you will be able to reproduce. And this line of code is not super complex. I think it's very descriptive. And then this is what it looks like. Yarn task end-to-end -dev. And then you can optionally tell it where to start. In this case, I say auto. And then we specify a template. And so this brings me to what templates are. And we have a pretty long list inside of our monorepo describing all sorts of templates that Storybook officially supports, and we officially have all of these tests for. And they mimic what users do in the real world. Real people run yarn create next app every day, and they create their next app that way. And then they can optionally choose like the -- JavaScript like I did here. And then we pretty much just describe in the real world, there's these projects that Storybook supports, and there are that's the projects that we use to build out all of these tests. And so our CI config kind of looks like this. We've got some setup to do, so this build that takes like just over 3 minutes, and then we create all of these sandboxes, and then we build them all, and then we test them all. And if I were to zoom in onto the built sandboxes here, these are actually running many projects all at the same time, which is not cheap, but it does work. So all of these projects are running in complete parallel. And we, if one of them fails, we'll know. Something we realized is that these projects, these sandboxes that we bootstrap Storybook on top of, they don't actually change all that often. So we have a daily job that runs these project generators and then caches these outputs into a repository. And this cache turns out to be super useful, not just for us, but also for others. So cloning a repository is a lot faster than running this generator usually. But also importantly, we can actually see what the output of the Next.js generator is over time. So we can see what the output is as it changes. And this gives us hints for if Storybook fails to initialize on a new version of Next.js, for example, like what internal changes they made so that we can adapt to it and stay future compatible, but also backwards compatible. And we can use this cache as well to ask users to create issue reproductions. So this is actually linked to StackBlitz, and if you use storybook.new, you can choose one of these templates and start a project and get Storybook initialized on top of it, and you can file an issue that is demonstrating the bug without actually checking out anything. Okay, so we've done all of this arranging. Now let's act. So what do we actually test? So when you initialize Storybook yourself as an end user, you only get like 3 stories and 3 components. That is obviously not enough to get good coverage, so we inject a whole bunch of more components and stories into. We check if every sandbox can be statically built and whether the dev mode works. We test it using the test runner, and we test it with Playwright. And we also, importantly, test it with Chromatic, which my colleague Ruben will say more about in a later talk. We also ensure that Storybook gets faster and smaller over time because we take data from all of these caching steps and put it in a database, and we can see how long these steps took. So when we're building the static version of Storybook to then run an end-to-end test on later, we take that timing on how long it took and can compare it to future PRs. All right, I also want to say something about publishing. Our release cadence is every 4 to 6 weeks. We try to do a major version about once or twice a year. We can do alpha releases pretty often multiple times a week. And we can take any PR and do a canary release with a few clicks of the button. We do staged releases, which means that we can get PRs merged into our development branch pretty much constantly. We don't need to wait. And then we have a very easy way of creating a PR that is effectively representing, if we merge this, we do a release, and there's a whole bunch of automation for creating the changelog automatically there as well. One often thing overlooked for a project like this is that we have documentation as well, and this documentation is not just for one version, but for kind of all versions that we ever published, because someone that's using Storybook 7.x, they still want to be able to read how they should do things, even though we've released Storybook 8. So the way that works is we have a front end for the documentation website somewhere else, but then the content of the documentation website is managed in the monorepo, which allows you to, when you're adding features, also add the documentation along with it, which is great. And then Git is just a perfect way to actually keep that content in a history there as well. So the front end makes requests to GitHub to pull the content in of the right version that people want to show. We learned a bunch of lessons writing all of this and doing all of this. I would say our biggest mistake was kind of getting the parallelization wrong. So kind of the separation of concerns, I guess. So when I showed you that graph of our CI, notice how building sandboxes is one thing that all run in parallel, but that means that if the Next.js or Vue CLI thing breaks, then that CI job just stops and we don't run anything further. So we constantly are kind of racing to make sure everything works. And so one template can affect the other's failure. We also noticed that storing and restoring the workspace, which is a feature of Circle CI we heavily depend upon, it takes a lot of time. In fact, it's kind of taking the most time in our entire CI. We also noticed that later that not all sandboxes are kind of equal in importance, which means that we have some sandboxes that we kind of expect to fail sometimes, which is really bad because of the previous mistake we have made. Because like some of these sandboxes are for alpha releases of things we want to support, but then those are not stable themselves. And that is my talk. I think I'm pretty much over time, but thanks so much for listening.
All right, let's hear it for Norbert. Thank you so much. Please feel free to join me here for some questions. So make sure that you're using Slido to get your questions up here on the screen, and we will take a look. Yeah, so that was super interesting. I actually forked Storybook last summer and ran the test when we were testing out Replay with it. And it's a obviously very robust, very mature test base, and so it was great to see those details there. One of the questions that we have here is, how long does it take to run all the tests in CI, and does it feel productive for you on a daily basis?
It definitely can be improved. Like, it is a question of like what is fast enough for like the amount of pressure that you're behind. So if you've got a chill development, then like you can take some more time. If you've got lots of small tasks to work on, it's okay to kind of wait. But to answer the question, I think takes about 16 minutes or so for a PR to go from just like kicking off the CI build to it going green.
Okay. Yeah, and I know that you mentioned talking about that, developer testing experience as well and doing that locally. Do you find that developers tend to do that before kicking it to CI pretty frequently?
I think it differs between like a collaborator or contributor that just opened their first PR. I think they're more likely to weigh on the CI because reading the contributing docs is like, it's a lot of work. And so I think that's also just fine.
Yeah, like you said, it's always a balance, right, between the confidence and the security that you get from the test and how long that they take to run and how that could potentially impact developer experience versus the end user experience. Now, you mentioned that there's some things that you may have done along the way so far to improve that runtime. Can you talk a little bit more about what some of those are?
Could you clarify the question?
Yeah, sorry. So you mentioned that there's, there's things that you could do to make the runtime a little bit faster, but that you've worked on that so far. What have you found has improved that runtime?
So the thing that I really want to do, but just haven't found the time for yet, is to like invert that parallelization that I was talking about, so that we effectively say each sandbox gets its own like little lane, and so one thing that it doesn't feel like it's wasting a lot of time, but if we have like 40 sandboxes and one takes like half a minute to complete and the other one takes 4, well, the end-to-end test for that first one that only took like 30 seconds won't kick off until the other one is completed. Mm-hmm. And so again, it doesn't feel like a lot of time, but I feel like there's probably actually quite a lot of time on the table, not to get the final green check mark at the PR, but oftentimes you're just waiting for one specific thing, which could be a lot faster, instead of waiting for the final check. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's always finding those little bottlenecks along the way that can help a lot. So you mentioned that obviously Storybook is very configurable, and you used feature flags for that. So how does Storybook test those feature flags?
So when we set up those sandboxes, we can override some of the config and kind of force the Storybook's main.ts config file to be edited. So we can put that into the template object, what those modifications are. And so we just have more templates that show Storybook with each modification.
All right, great. Yeah, so see lots of questions. We have time for maybe one or two more, but let's start with, how do you test on mobile?
We do not have tests for mobile at this point in time. We have playwright tests on all of those sandboxes, and we also have chromatic tests on all of those sandboxes. But I don't think any of those are tested currently on a mobile viewport, and definitely not on a real device. I'm not sure if that is worth it for us on a cost perspective to do, because Storybook kind of feels like a desktop app to a lot of folks, and more of like a quick reference thing for on a mobile. So for us, it's just not a high priority concern.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up, is how often do you actually see people using Storybook on mobile? And I imagine probably not too often, at least yet.
I mean, that's a bit of a chicken and egg problem where, like, if Storybook doesn't function all that well on a phone, people are less inclined to use it, and then we're less inclined to make it a very nice product. I think we should put in the time. So we'll see in Storybook 8 that the mobile UI is going to be a lot better.
Yeah, and if anybody is using Storybook on mobile, I guess, make sure
They'll
that
be
you,
happy.
let Norbert know and see how we can, how y'all can help with that. So, awesome. Well, I think that's about the time that we have. But if you do have any additional questions for Norbert, again, make sure that you join him at the speaker Q&A, and we'll see you there and around the conference. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
tide. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you all caffeinated. And I know I had a donut. They were delicious, so hopefully you got to enjoy the same. So a quick word before we get started. There has been a change to the program. So unfortunately, Marie wasn't able to join us. But you will be able to catch the recording of her talk with all the other recordings when they're made available. And so we are able to present a really great speaker for you. Make sure that you are using Slido to ask all your questions for the speakers. So slido.com with code 0007. We will ask the questions that you submit to the speakers after their talk. Well, I'm very excited to welcome Valmir with his talk today, No More Flaky Tests. So I actually know Valmir really well from the Cypress community. He's a software engineer who loves testing. He's a clean coder, blogger, YouTuber, online instructor, Cypress ambassador, mentor, speaker, and an active member of the testing, automation, and JavaScript communities. So we have a really great opportunity to hear him speak today, and I'm super excited for this. So Valmir, the stage is yours.
I'm so happy to be here. I was the MC the last 2 years, and now I'm here in the stage. I'm a bit nervous, but I hope you like the talk I prepared for today, which is called No More Flaky Tests. And I want to ask you if you have ever been in a situation where you found a bug, and you asked the developer, and they said, it works on my machine, always on fire, but it works on my machine. And then you think, should we deploy your machine so our users can use it? But what about that test that passed locally on your computer? And when it started running in the continuous integration pipeline, it started failing sometimes. So if we are writing the test, we are a bit guilty as well. And if we say that we should deploy the computer of the developer in production, we should also take care of the tests that we write so they are deterministic. Because a flaky test, this is an analogy that I found really nice that Brian Mann from the Cypress team mentioned, that a flaky test is like a grenade waiting to explode. And so I want to give you my definition of what is a deterministic test first, which is that given the same initial system conditions, when a test is run with the same inputs, it will always return the same results, same output. In contrast, the definition of a non-deterministic test is that given the same initial system conditions, when the test is executed with the same inputs, it will return different results. It's that test that there are no changes in the code or of the application or the testing code, and sometimes it passes, sometimes it fails in the first try, and then you retry and it passes, and you don't know why. And I want to tell you that flaky tests, they are harmful, and they are more harmful than having no tests at all. I had to gray out a few boxes here because I don't have time to talk about all the side effects of flaky tests, but a few of them are that if you have flaky tests, also known as non-deterministic tests, there are some side effects to it. One of them is that it decreases the confidence in your test suite. So if you have a team that depends on the results of your tests to know if they can move forward with the next thing or if they have to fix something, but the tests fail, they spend a lot of time debugging and they don't know, and when they find out what was wrong was the test, then you lose the confidence. And you also increase the number of unfound bugs, because when developers lose confidence on the test suite, what happens is that if the test is failing, they will say, you know what, these tests they are always failing, so if it's failing, it's just another failing test, let's move on. But sometimes the test might be finding a real bug, and because you don't trust the test suite, you just leave the bug, and who will find is the user. I already mentioned it increases debugging time, so you spend a lot of time trying to understand why the test is failing, and when you realize that it was just a test that was not well written or it wasn't robust enough. Since time is money, it increases software engineering costs as well. And with agile methodologies, what we want is to decrease the delivery time to make it as short as possible to deliver new functionalities to our users. But if we have flaky tests, what we do is we increase delivery time. And finally, we decrease the perceived software quality of the software we are writing. And there are some reasons why tests can be or become non-deterministic or flake. A few of them is when you share environments between manual testing and automated testing. So you are, at the same time that an automated test suite is running, for instance, for a pull request that had been opened, so in an environment that is shared with someone that is running some manual testing, someone changed the configuration, the test path, that the automated test fails. And when you go and investigate, you notice that it was just a configuration that someone manually changed. Another reason is waiting times. Sometimes, because of network requests, things take time to proceed. And you would do something like, if you use Cypress, for instance, you could do something like side.wait, 10,000 milliseconds. That's not the way to go. This is something that will still make your tests flaky or non-deterministic, because 10,000 milliseconds or 10 seconds might work in one case, and if it takes 11 seconds, it's not going to work anymore. And if it takes less than 10 seconds, then you are waiting more than you should. There's also the reason of local versus continuous integration. When you are running tests in your local computer, you have different computational power, computational resources than on CI, and it might cause flakiness as well. Component state, so for example, that you are trying to interact with a button that is not enabled yet, or an input field that is not visible, or there is some animation or transitioning happening. If you are a Cypress user, the Cypress way to do it, for instance, for a button that is not enabled, you could, before trying to interact with the button, do something like what I do in here, where you do side.get, get the button, ensure that it should be enabled, and then you click on it. And finally, another reason for tests to become non-deterministic is when you have dependency between them. So if you, for instance, try to put a dot only in the second one, since it depends on the first one to execute, it will fail. And we want to have tests independent of each other, because then we're going to have deterministic results. And how can you find this non-deterministic or flaky tests? One way to do it is with test retries. But I want to say that you should use test retries as a way to identify the non-deterministic tests and not as a way to mask them. There are different ways you can burn your tests before making them part of the official test suite. A few of them, I had more options here, but I had to cut a few slides. If you're a Cypress user, Cypress packs together with it Lodash, which is a utility library which has many utility functions, and one of them is .times. So you can wrap your it block, which is your test case, inside of Cypress.lodash.times, and then you, as the first argument, you pass how many times you want this test to run, and the second argument is the callback function. Your test suite will be inside the callback function. So for instance, if I want to be sure that my test is stable enough, I would run it 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, the time you think would be enough for you to ensure that it is stable. Another way to do it, if you use Cypress as well, I'm a Cypress ambassador, so all the examples that I have here are Cypress related. Cypress maintains a library called grep, which allows you to add tags on your tests, like this one, where I added a tag called @burn. And then in the command line, you can run your test with Cypress run --env grep tags equal to the name of your tag. And then you can put comma, burn, and the number of times you want this test to execute. This is something that I would love to see people doing on CI, because what I mentioned in the very beginning, we don't want the tests just to pass locally. We want to see them passing on CI as well. So if we burn them on CI, we can be sure that we are not introducing flaky tests to our suite. Very soon, Cypress will be launching, probably in the beginning of next year, I think, functionality called burn in, which will intelligently burn in your tests if it notices that your test is new or it's a test that has just changed. So if it's new, it doesn't have any history, and because of that, you want to burn it before you make it part of your test suite. You don't want to just merge a new test if you don't know if it's deterministic, because if you do and you realize it's non-deterministic afterwards, it's already too late. Your team will start, having to investigate flaky tests. They will lose the trust and all that stuff that I have already mentioned. Here are 3 things I encourage you to do when you find flaky tests. The first one is identify the root cause and fix it immediately. Don't leave it for afterwards trying to fix it. If you are working on a flaky test, on a test, you realize it's flaky, try to identify why it's flaky and fix it. If you don't have the time to fix it, I mentioned before that a flaky test is more harmful than not having the tests. So if you are not going to have the time to fix it immediately, quarantine it. Put a .skip, open an issue, put in the backlog, and afterwards look into the backlog of quarantine tests so you can fix them. And another option would be just delete the test and rewrite it, or even try to write it, try to understand if it makes sense to be in the level where it is, for instance, on end-to-end testing, or if it could be moved to a lower level like component testing where you have more control of the things. And then because you have more control, you have more deterministic tests. And then what not to do when encountering a flaky test. So here are some tips of what not to do. Don't ignore them, first of all. Don't use something like sci.wait with a number. Cypress offers this functionality, but not for you to use with sci.wait 5,000, 10,000. It gives you this functionality so you can, for instance, use sci.intercept to intercept a request that you know that's going to happen after some actions. And then when the request comes in, you can wait for an alias that you gave to your intercept. And also, don't rely just on test retries, because you'll be just sweeping the dust under the rug. So don't use them to mask that you have flake tests. Use them to understand that you do have them and you have to do something, because if you are not going to do something, just delete them. So the final message I have for you here is that we should not be accepting flaky tests anymore, because trust is everything. And as you don't like the phrase, "it works on my machine," understand that there is no point in a passing test that just works on your machine as well. The automated tests, they must be deterministic and also pass in the continuous integration environment. I have left here a few content suggestions for you to read, and the presentation is already available on speaker deck or something. There is a slide where I have the link. So the first one is content that I wrote on Medium about the importance of dealing with flaky tests. There is also how to run a test multiple times with Cypress to prove it's stable. Then there is a recording of Cypress conference where there was an awesome talk about flaky tests. This is the third link. On the Cypress blog, there is a tag called Flake with great content about how to deal with flake tests as well. And if you are a cloud user, a Cypress Cloud user, you should check the documentation as well. Before we finish, I have recently launched a course called Cypress from Zero to the Cloud. You can scan the QR code for a promotion, and the slides will be found on speakerdeck.com/WLSF82/no more flaky tests. And I thought I wouldn't make in less than 20 minutes. I did, so we have time for questions. And if you want to connect with me, you can access https://valmyr.dev. It's WALMYR.dev. Thank you very much.
All right, let's hear it for Valmir. Keep it going. Let's go ahead and ask some questions. Please join me here at the lovely seats and tables here. So we have already seen some questions start pouring in on Slido, and I just want to make a quick note. I'm excited about this because I've been on your show before, and you were asking me the questions.
Yeah.
And now I get to ask you the questions,
Awesome.
and it's about one of my favorite topics, which is flaky tests in Cypress, right? We can get right into it. There's a lot of questions, and so let's go ahead and start with this one. How do you avoid dependencies between tests when you are writing end-to-end spec and you are covering a user flow?
There are different ways. One thing that I would suggest, for instance, if you are a Cypress user, is to upgrade to the latest version because they introduced something called test isolation, which basically does not allow you to write dependent tests anymore. And I don't encourage you to turn that off for sure, because tests should be independent of each other. There are cases where you would need to set up some data beforehand, and there are many ways you could do that. Some ways that I teach my students, for instance, is if you have public APIs, you use something like side.request to make the requests, for instance, a post request to create something that needs to be there before you start testing, and then you reach the state that you want to test beforehand, and you put this in a before each hook or something like that. If you have access to the application code and you can, create a task that creates the state for you, you can do that as well. If you have, I don't know, a shell script, an NPM script that seeds the database beforehand, you can use side.exec to do that. But I always encourage you, and if you are testing a user flow, like test exactly as the user would test, would use the application in one test. Like there's one case where I teach a case where you have like a CRUD, and you have one test for create, one for read, one for edit, one for delete. Put them all in one each block, and it's going to be just one independent test, which tests the user flow completely.
Yeah, you touched on several really great points there. One of them is obviously test data management and setting up your tests the right way. Even if you are on maybe the third page of like a form, for example, you don't have to have the test be first page, then the second block be a second page. You can set them up independently. So a lot of great strategies that you just covered there. So this next question, getting a lot of upvotes, is if code or infra or test doesn't change, but a test fails because of an unstable infra, would you consider that a flaky test?
Maybe the infra is flaky, and this is what should be addressed. And if you can't, then you would maybe add some safeguards in your test to make sure that the infra is up and running, it's responding with what you would expect before you run the test. But ideally, I think you should go to the root cause, which is like unstable infra, for instance. I'm testing in an environment that has not much computational power as the production. So raise a ticket to, add more memory to that environment or something that would make it more stable.
Yeah, like you said, there's lots of reasons that tests can fail, right? It could be a bad test, it could be the bad app, it could be an API that's down, and it could be the infrastructure. And we've all probably dealt with test environments that aren't up to the same level as our production environment, right? And that's a big struggle. And so being able to solve the root issue of the infrastructure, I think is the way to go. I personally would not consider it a flaky test either.
Yeah, me neither. I like the idea of using ephemeral environments where you create a PR, an ephemeral environment is created just for that change. The tests run against that environment. When they are done, the environment is shut down, and then the more environments you have, the more problems you have because you have different configurations in different environments. So try to reduce it to the minimum that will give you the confidence that can allow you to push changes to production for your users to use.
Great, great. All right, so this next question, what are strategies to deal with resource differences between local and CI? So we were kind of talking about this with the environments just now, but it tends to cause problems, particularly often when parallelizing.
I don't know if I got exactly what the strategies to deal with resources.
So I guess the way I understand it is if I run a test in CI and I'm using a machine and it runs fine, I'm trying to run it locally maybe, and my machine doesn't have as much of the power in order to run that. So it may be flaky locally or vice versa. I could have my, great machine and it runs fine, but then once in CI, the machines aren't large enough. Yeah.
I think it should be analyzed case by case. Like it really, you should try to understand what is the root cause of the failure. Is it because if my machine has not much computational power as the CI or vice versa, then you could increase some timeout, not the wait, 10,000, but the timeout. It's up to the timeout, and if it reached that time before, you can move on. But I would say it would be, I would analyze in a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and I think part of it also depends on how much of the suite that you're running locally, right? Sometimes you may only run part of the suite in the area that you're currently working on before you push it to CI. I've also potentially seen people where they either pass an environment variable saying what environment they're in, or they're checking if they're in CI or not, and then may adjust depending.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but I tend to not run my tests locally too often. I tend to like to change and then push it up to CI.
That's the thing. Like you should not test just locally because it's on CI. CI is the process that will give you the feedback that you want. You don't want to ask, hey, Cecilia, can you run the tests now that I have finished? No, you want this to be automatic, and it's automatic already on CI if you have the process in place.
Yeah, exactly. I think it just enforces good processes, like you said.
And if it's flake on CI, then as well, you should, like for instance, if you're a Cypress user, use Cypress Cloud. Cypress recently launched on version 13's test replay, which allows you to basically replay your test and debug with dev tools directly in the browser, and then you can understand if there was an error in the console, if there was a network failure, or you can do a lot of stuff in there.
Great, great. All right, this next question, I was thinking a little bit about this too. Would you advocate mocking externals to improve determinism, or do you always prefer to test in a real environment?
I would advocate for sure. That's actually something that I teach in one of my courses. It's Cypress Advanced course. It's only available in Portuguese for now. But I created the front-end application, and I consume a third-party API. In my course, what I teach is that you test that the connection works. So you have at least one test that makes sure that your code, when integrated with a third-party application, it works. And then for all the rest, I mock the responses that this API would be giving me, and then I can test the thing that I'm writing in isolation with a lot more control, with a lot more determinism, and the tests run a lot faster as well because there's no network in between.
Yeah, I think that's where the combination of API tests and network stubbing can really be super efficient, right? Because you can make sure that your
you can simulate errors. You can do a lot of stuff. Yeah.
And you can even use that to ensure that the stubs that you use are up to date, right?
Yeah. You can even it's even possible to write the front-end application without having the backend ready, and use your mocks as the requirements for the backend to, this is what we are expecting.
Yeah, exactly. It's a form of documentation, really.
Exactly.
Yeah. Great. All right, so this next one, on skipping tests when creating a ticket to fix them. How to fight product people deprioritizing such tickets every sprint? Whose responsibility is this?
On skipping tests with creating tickets to fix them.
So in your presentation, you talked about how if a test is flaky, quarantine it, right?
Yeah.
Skip it. So how do you kind of combat the instinct for some teams to say, okay, they're quarantined, now that's tech debt, we're not going to touch it again? How do you get people to actually prioritize that kind of work?
Yeah, I think it's all about culture, right? You should have in mind that you want to build high-quality software. And one way to do it is, there are many things you have to do, but one thing you have to do is to test that it works as it should. And if you are putting your tests in quarantine and you are not dealing with the tests in quarantine, just delete the tests, because if you're not going to fix them, you are not going to turn them on again. So it's really about caring about the software you're writing. And if the test that is being skipped is important, maybe at some point a bug will pass because it's not being tested. And if a bug passes, then you think, oh, now I have to fix it. So if you had that mindset of, this is why I put as the first bullet, fix it immediately. Find the root cause and fix it. If not, create a quarantine and create an issue. But if you are doing that, you're doing that for a reason. So do work on that. You have to add, at my previous job, for instance, we used to have I think it was 50% of the time we would be working on features, 20% on bug fixes, and 30% on tech debt. So you have to have that space to deal with that tech debts, because if you don't, it's like a financial debt. It's exponential. As much time you leave it behind, at some point you won't be able to pay it anymore.
Do you think that, or how do you feel about test coverage or code coverage as a way to try to enforce dealing with those flaky tests too?
I think it's a good idea, yeah. And actually, not just code coverage, but for instance, Cypress is going to launch as well something called interactivity coverage, which is it's similar to code coverage, but it looks to your application from how users can interact with it. Mm-hmm. So if you have a page with 5 different elements that can be interactable, like 2 input fields, a link, and 2 buttons, Cypress will give you the ability to say, oh, you have just 40% of interactivity coverage because you are just interacting with these 2 fields and not with these other ones. So I think it's a great way to deal with that kind of thing, but it should not be like, I have 100% coverage or 8%. This doesn't mean you have high quality software. There are teams that they have 100% coverage, but they don't have assertions on their tests. So they don't have that actually. It's just like the test is being, the code is being executed, but if you are asserting or nothing, then you have no coverage actually.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I hadn't heard that yet, so very, very exciting to learn more about that interactivity check. We have just about a minute left, so we have time for about one more question. So this next one here, how can you get rid of the mindset of calling every single failing test a flaky test?
I don't think like that. I really look into the failure. If you think that every failing test is flaky, then you have a big problem to solve actually. Maybe you are already in a place where your team lost trust on your test suite. This is why we should care about the test code as much as you care about the application code. So getting rid about this mindset is, I always prefer to lead by example, you know. Do the things you think are right. And then you will see the results, and people around you will start seeing it, and if the results are good, they will start following you.
Great, yeah, and what a great note to finish on. So, yeah, thank you so much for being here again, Velmer. Let's give another round of applause. Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right. So we are going to take another quick break. And so we do have talks coming back here in the production track and then also in the testing local host track as well. So we will see you back here soon. And yeah, in about 10 minutes, right? Awesome. All right. Well, yeah, we'll see you back here soon. Cheers.
Jack it up.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams. The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
high. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in.
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
Make it last forever. Stop in time. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.
So before we get to the next speaker, I wanted to talk about one of our sponsors, Postman. So Postman revolutionizes API development and testing, offering an all-in-one platform for building, testing, and collaborating on APIs. It's perfect for developers at TestJS Summit 2023. You can learn more at postman.com, or I highly recommend going out and speaking with Postman in the sponsor area in the reception. Don't forget to be using Slido to ask your questions. I'd recommend getting it pulled up right now before our next talk. Slido.com, scan the QR code, and use code 0007. You can submit your questions for the speaker, and we'll ask them during the Q&A after the talk. All right, I know a lot of y'all are excited for this one. So we have Artem Zakharchenko talking about Mock Service Worker 2.0. So Artem is a self-taught software engineer. He built this thing that you may have heard of called Mock Service Worker, which has changed the lives of developers all around the world, and he's extremely thankful for that. Artem loves testing and writing and teaching about it even more, and coffee. That's also very important. He likes that one as well. So let's give a warm, big round of applause for Artem. The stage is yours.
Oof. Okay. Will you see my slides? Just a second. All right. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for joining. Today, I would like to speak about API mocking, standards, JavaScript, and, of course, Mock Service Worker. First things first, my name is Artem. You can find me as Ketnaito pretty much everywhere, including my humble blog at ketnaito.com. And you may also know me as the author of Mock Service Worker. Out of curiosity, can you raise your hand if you heard about MSW? Wow, that's a lot. You will enjoy this talk. Yes, so for those who haven't heard about, MSW is an API mocking library. So in essence, it allows you to intercept requests and mock responses. Basically control your network for whichever it is you want, testing, prototyping, debugging, and it has a bit of a unique approach to API mocking. It introduces API mocking as a standalone layer. So if you think about how you control your network during testing, for example, well, you have a bunch of these different tools, right? You have tools like Playwright and Cypress and VTest and Jest, and they all ship with their own API mocking capabilities, which are amazing. But the thing is, once you achieve this full test coverage of your product, you start to notice that this network descriptions you do, they kind of repeat. In essence, you just want to do one thing, describe the network, but you using different APIs from different frameworks, and they don't know about each other. They can't communicate. It's very little you can reuse. And that's precisely what MSW solves. It lifts this intention up. So you have a single layer of your network description, and then you integrate it in particular tooling. And as a cherry on top, it achieves API mocking without resorting to this nasty window.fetch patches, and instead it relies on the standard JavaScript API like Service Worker API, if we're speaking about the browser-side interception. But how do you do that? How do you describe the network with MSW? Well, you use these functions called request handlers. I will show you an example. So this is a very simple request handler. You can see that the intention here is to intercept a post request to the /user endpoint. And then we have this callback function that should produce the response. We have request, argument, response, and context. So what we're going to do with this request, we will try to read its body as JSON. So MSW will try to be smart here, actually, and see what content type header your request has. And if it's application/JSON, it will try to parse it and give you the object back. So we're accessing the name property here. And then to return a mock response, we use this res composition function to compose a bunch of context utilities, like this context.json, to return a JSON response. So this is a very, very basic example of your network description. And one thing I like to do when using any third-party libraries, I like to do this fun exercise. So I take a very basic example like this one, and I remove everything that's not standard JavaScript. So let's do just that. Oh, not really much left, because actually all that was written there is still valid and functional, but it's all abstractions. if you think about it, rest.post is an abstraction. It's something library-specific. The same as this call signature of response resolvers. Nowhere else in JavaScript do you use this call signature to handle requests. The response function, as much as I love functional composition, it's not as common in JavaScript, for better or worse. And of course, the context utility is a completely made-up API. And this API has been functional and working for years. In fact, this year, I think, MSW marks its 5th anniversary. And you can say, well, if it's not broken, just don't fix it. Not a big fan of that. In fact, working in open source, I think, has taught me a much more important motive. It's that if it's not educative, don't ship it. Because my goal as an open source maintainer is to share my ideas. But I also want all those developers that like my ideas and use my ideas to get better at JavaScript, at the language, not in my little projects. Because if you think about it, JavaScript has got a lot of improvements over the years. And you can see this very apparently in the directions that frameworks like Next.js and Remix are taking. They're ditching those custom abstractions, and they're betting more and more on JavaScript because it's amazing. And it just so happened that MSW has been used a lot. It has over 90,000 projects on GitHub alone using MSW, and more than 2.5 million downloads on NPM every week. That's an insane amount of developers that have to go through the docs, learn about these custom functions that they never heard before and probably will never use again apart from MSW. That's just a lot. And you know, I just realized recently, we live in the modern era where JavaScript is everywhere around us. I was booking tickets to this conference, and I interacted with JavaScript. I called my mom evening before, and the Messenger app has JavaScript parts in it. So if I happen to have a little influence on people who write that JavaScript, why don't I teach them to be better at it? And that's precisely what I tried to do about a year ago. So I set off on this mission. We need to improve MSW. As much as amazing it is, it can be better. And like the primary perspective there was one of the key points that we had in the library from the very beginning. You should mock your network in the same way that you use it in production, for example. So let's take a look how you do that. In the browser, well, most likely using Fetch API or an abstraction or a Fetch API. It's a fantastic API. Or you may be using XML HTTP request, which is still great for certain situations, albeit being a little bit older. And in Node.js, it's a bit more tangled. The main way to make requests in Node.js is the HTTP module, which you're probably not using directly for a good reason. So you rely usually on third-party libraries to do requests, to handle responses. And one particular thing I learned when writing request interception for Node.js is that there are more ways to make requests in Node than there are stars in the sky. And unfortunately, that's true, especially when you dive into like userland and what people are building their own libraries, and they use Node.js in all sorts of ways, sometimes according to the specs, sometimes not. But what we try to do in MSW is to take all these different ways you can define requests and responses and kind of bring them to the common denominator. And we introduced this concept of isomorphic request and isomorphic response. Basically, again, an abstraction just to handle all these differences. But it turned out to be quite a mess. Because, yeah, you can represent very basic requests and responses, but there are a lot of features that developers want when working with network. You want to be able to handle array buffers, files, form data, uploads, streaming, maybe abort the request. And we had to kind of implement it by ourselves. So no matter how you declare request, you still get those capabilities. It was a huge mess. And just when I was losing faith in all humanity, something amazing happened. Node.js 18 was released. Now, this was a grand release, especially for me, because I was deep down in refactoring MSW, and we still promised support for Node.js 14 and 16. So there was no common ground, really, to represent network until this happened. And of course, I'm talking about one of the biggest features in this release. It was the Fetch API, this very fetch function that you are all familiar with, I'm pretty sure. But it's not only that function. There's been a lot of other things added, like readable streams, headers, working with abort signal, and URL. And if those things were not introduced by this release directly, they were facilitated. They were much easier to use through the Fetch API. So this was amazing. I was very happy, and I thought, hey, we can use Fetch API as the common ground for both browser and Node.js to represent the network. And I began refactoring and employing one of my favorite practices, throwing code away. And it's been fantastic, honestly, just throwing all these abstractions away and all the docs because you don't need them anymore. And a year later, we arrived at MSW 2.0. On the surface, it's pretty much the same request handler. This is, by the way, the same request handler, just with the new API. So we still have the intention to intercept the post request to the user endpoint. But in the callback now, we just get this request object. And you may be wondering, like, what kind of abstraction is that? So if you take a look how we work with that request object, you can see something familiar. It's just we're calling request.json, and we're awaiting that promise. That kind of looks like Fetch API, because it is. It's just regular request instance. So we read it as JSON, and we get a name property. And if we want to define a JSON response, we just use the static JSON method on the response, again, the standard response API in JavaScript, and return a particular object. So let's take this example and do the very same exercise, throwing away everything that's not JavaScript. Boom. Sure, the way we declare the contract of how we intercept requests, it will be contrived to some extent. JavaScript, to be frank, doesn't have to deal with that. It's quite specific. But if we take a look at this heart of this request handler, at this mock logic, it's all just standard JavaScript. And that's what matters, because the more logic you write here, the more like regular JavaScript you will be using. And it became apparent very fast that by using the platform, everybody wins. And I'm talking about developers, and I'm also talking about maintainers, such as myself. Developers, well, for once, they have a shallow learning curve. You simply don't have to waste your time in the docs reading about all these fancy abstractions library authors created. You can just use JavaScript. You get features for free. Like if you want to mock, I don't know, a readable stream, you can just do that, because that's what Fetch API allows you to do. There's no need for MSW to implement that explicitly. And of course, you just get better at the language, as I mentioned before. So you interact with these primitives more often, you get more familiar, and this knowledge that you take from using MSW, you can apply it even outside. When, I don't know, writing loaders in Remix or handler requests in Next, those all rely on the same Fetch API. And maintainers, of course, we can ship less code. And it's great, because it means less code to maintain and less bugs. We get better compatibility, because if everything in the ecosystem one day relies on the same common ground, this means that people, our users, can just use the same logic, the same utility functions, the same tests everywhere across the stack, because it's the same dependency on JavaScript. And despite common belief, open source maintainers aren't this wise, all-knowing creatures. We do make mistakes, and we do have to iterate and improve a lot. And the more we ourselves interact with the language, the better APIs we can design for everybody to use. If you are excited about this direction, or if you never tried MSW before, you can do it right now. Just npm install MSW, and you can mock any APIs anywhere across your entire stack. If you want to dive deeper, though, I spent the last year working with Egghead on this fresh new course that's called Mock REST and GraphQL APIs with a mock service worker, where we're going to build together a movie streaming app completely mock first, so against mock servers. And we're going to dive into the basics of getting started with the library and intercepting your first request, to more advanced concepts like mocking streams and dealing with GraphQL queries and mutations, and even schema-first approach in mocking. So it's a fantastic place to get started. I encourage you to watch this course, and I'm sure you will learn a lot. And of course, you can visit the project itself at mswjs.io and on GitHub too. Read about it, and if you believe in the mission we're doing here, support it both financially and contribution-wise, which is really the best support. And yeah, thank you.
Great, great. What an amazing talk. Thank you so much, Artem. Please join me here for the Q&A. You've already seen a lot of questions come in, but make sure that you are submitting them on Slido and upvoting the ones that you would like to see answered. So we'll get right into it. There's quite a few, like I said. The first one here, are there any big features that are currently missing from MSW when compared to older and maybe more mature alternatives?
I think there's a lot of expectations features, and that's a pun. Like people are used to, for example, using knock in tests. And sometimes people want to have this expectation layer. Like you want to perform a request, but also expect that it has particular payload or it has been performed once. And this is not something, this is a deliberate choice that MSW doesn't ship this. And instead, I would rather have like an ecosystem package that extends the usage because not everybody needs these expectations. And so this is something that's missing. And I think one of the most anticipated features that I hope I will have time to work next year would be, of course, the WebSocket API support.
OK, great. That's good to hear, for sure. This next one here, so can we auto-generate MSW code by monitoring network requests from our application and updating them when the response structure changes?
This is a really good question. I know a lot of folks are doing like crazy magic, like deriving MSW code from your GraphQL type definitions, from your OpenAPI specifications, from your packed contracts. So you can find all of that online. There's, again, ecosystem packages, people building this. As of native support, I think, like letting you on a little teaser, I would much rather have HTTP archive as the common ground. So maybe in the future, there would be something around that.
OK, all right. We'll keep an eye out for that, for sure. No promises, but yeah. OK, so this next question. So why not just mock the response instead of mocking the whole request?
I'm not sure I quite understand the question, but I can elaborate a little bit. So with MSW, you are not actually mocking requests. This is something I briefly touched upon on one of the slides, that we use the Service Worker API, if talking about the browser interception, that allows your application to actually make requests. So there's no stubs, and your requests happen and arrive at the network and just receive response from the service worker. So the only thing you're mocking is the response. The request part is there just to have this contract of request-response collocation.
Yeah, OK, that's good to clarify then.
Yeah.
All right. And does MSW give support to TypeScript yet?
MSW always supported TypeScript, but I think my fault was not providing more materials on that. I wrote one article on Dev2, which I guess is one of my most viewed articles, and I should have known better, about using MSW with TypeScript, but it was like based on the previous version. So in the new version, I do want to do something better about it. It would be nice to have like code examples in the docs feature TypeScript as well. So this is a contribution tip for you if you want to edit. Yeah, so we'll definitely work better. But MSW is written in TypeScript natively, so it always had this generic support for request body, response body, body parameters, and even GraphQL queries and variables.
All right, you all heard it here. Docs contributions welcome. Always a great place to get started with open source if you haven't yet. So. Yeah, the questions just keep coming in, so we'll keep going through them. Can you provide a use case with MSW and contract testing on CI pipelines?
Yeah, absolutely. I think MSW is just a way to facilitate contract testing. So you may be, like, in itself, it doesn't do that because it's a very simple tool of request-response contracts. But you can use more advanced tools like Pact.io. And you can find a way to integrate them. I know that the Pact team has an official integration. I believe it's Pact-MSW that you can find on NPM. And it just, I believe it utilizes MSW as just the interception algorithm and uses Pact for contract testing and CI. So you absolutely can do that, especially if you like contract-driven testing. Go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds to me like really MSW is designed to do like what it does very, very well and work really cleanly with other tools to achieve whatever use case that you need.
Yeah, and one of the ways that we try to improve that is exactly betting on the same standard API, so everybody gets the compatibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious, if Node hadn't come out with these changes, do you think that you would have taken a different approach at some point, or just kind of kept working on trying to make it as usable and compatible as possible?
I think I would spend another 2 months pulling my hair out. And then I would contribute to Node with Fetch API.
OK, there you go. Yeah. If it's not getting done, do it yourself, I guess. Yeah. But luckily, like you said, it got done. So that's great to see. OK, this next question. Do you recommend using MSW with unit tests or only with integration?
I guess just as with testing levels, it depends where you draw them and what kind of product you're building. Conventionally, you test network code in your integration tests. Your units should really be isolated, and that includes isolation from like HTTP interactions. So people do test heavily and use MSW heavily in integration tests. You can also use MSW in end-to-end tests. I'm particularly fond of this concept where you run your end-to-end test suite against mock and then against production. It can help you catch these little deviations. But of course, if what you're building really has to have network code in its units, I suppose, of course, it's up to you.
Yeah, I think we're required to have one "it depends" answer per Q&A. So that's a
Here you go.
Because it always does. It always depends, right? Yeah. OK, so this next question, since you believe we should work based on standards like JavaScript, what's your take on TypeScript? And so we kind of answered this earlier, that it's already used within MSW. But can you maybe share your insights on that or thoughts on that more?
Yeah, I do love TypeScript, although it's a superset, and a lot of people understand, like, they view it as a different language. To me, it's a crucial thing as a maintainer, because I have all this functionality to maintain, and types provide me with static tests, basically. And when you have a lot of features and a lot of people depending on your app, it's really crucial that you keep the thing working. And type contracts is one of the things. Apart from contributing to the developer experience, of course, when you publish these types, I know there's a lot of movement to GSDoc, like using just type comments. I haven't tried that. I know it works for some teams. Again, do it yourself, make your own conclusions. There is nothing really in TypeScript to be afraid of, because at least as far as I know, it doesn't introduce any runtime features. It's a completely built-time language. It strips away the types, and every feature you get is a JavaScript feature. So we are betting on JavaScript, even when using TypeScript.
All right, great. Thanks for sharing that. So this is a good one here. What's at the top of your wish list? So maybe if you were to build it yourself or wish for it, for the future of JS API request response fetch features.
Ooh. I do wish we got upload progress to fetch API. Okay. That's probably one thing that makes me use XML HTTP requests still, and I hope that maybe one day we will.
Okay, and hopefully too. If not, maybe we'll see a PR.
Yes.
All right. And what do you think about Chrome developer tools and mocking?
Yeah, I actually heard that the team at Chrome introduced a lot of cool things recently. Like, you can do mocks straight in the network tab and then, like, maybe even save them or something. I think it's really cool, but I see this as primarily debugging instrument because it's faster, it's more accessible, it's dev tools in the end, so it's your tooling to debug and build. But as far as, like, the comprehensive solution, I still believe that API mocking doesn't belong to a particular tool, even if it's a browser tool. Like, it can be a cool feature, but if you are building the whole product, you are testing the whole product, and you want this network description to be consistent, just like I demonstrated on the slides. It's not like just plugs in different areas. It's just one layer, then reused everywhere else.
Yeah, and it sounds like you want to have that kind of intentionality from the beginning when you're designing that out, right? Yeah, so kind of more proactive versus reactive, so to speak. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, a lot of cool stuff in Chrome DevTools these days. Sure. Yeah. All right, so will you support mocking WebRTC?
I think there is an issue about it for, like, dating 2 years ago or something. Maybe it's something else. I think the stance on MSW, whatever support you bring to it, is very simple. It should provide you the primitives, and you can build on top of those primitives to achieve whatever you want. So if you want gRPC support, I'm almost certain you can do this with MSW right now. But it doesn't mean that MSW should ship it natively. It's quite an important decision to draw this line where the library responsibility ends and where userland begins with all these crazy requirements and use cases.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, right? It does what it does well. It integrates with other tools. And do you think that there's, instead of maybe trying to build something that does it for itself, maybe just illustrating those use cases, like with documentation or examples?
Absolutely.
Or like
one thing that we can do is just show examples. And we actually rebuilt the website over the past year. So it's a completely new website. It has docs. It has search.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yes.
Adding search.
And I'm trying to add more and more recipes, like streaming and like polling, using generators. A lot of stuff that I know people are using, but not everybody knows about. Like, I know that we had a chat with folks from Apollo, and we were iterating on how to improve schema-first mocking. And over the chat, I realized that I'm not doing a good enough job to promote that you can do schema-first mocking even right now. You can do mock resolvers, mock schemas, mock types. It's just a documentation issue.
Yeah, I feel like there's kind of two types of developers or testers. Some will if it's not in the docs, they don't think it exists, or they're afraid to use it. And then some other people who will just use it for anything and everything, including maybe things you shouldn't use it for. And so, so I think that there's some people who probably have already figured out that it works together, other people who could use a little more guidance, I
think as a maintainer, my job is to bridge this gap and bring these people closer.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we still have more questions and have a little bit more time for them. So this next question, Venkat Subramanian said once, knock out before you mock out. I haven't heard that one. Could we fix the root problem in FE with better architecture and dependency injection?
I think there's like nothing particularly wrong with mocking. It's just a technique to establish boundaries for you to tell the test where the test should end, where your system should end. So on its own, it's not evil. I know it historically has this like air of being hacky and stabby, and this is something we are trying to solve in MSW by using like service workers, by using a modular augmentation in Node.js. But I guess it's still another one. It depends on what you're testing and how you build it. If you constructed your app to be friendly to to dependency injection, then of course you can utilize it during testing. But you need to acknowledge this creates kind of a different testing boundary now. So.
Yeah, I think it's like you said, kind of with any tool or approach, it's not inherently good or bad in its own, but how you use it.
How
right?
you use it,
If you have a hammer, right, it can be used really well for some things. Maybe don't do it for something that requires more precision, and that doesn't make a hammer good or bad, right? Exactly. And so, I think again, we'll give you 2 this time for this Q&A. 2, it depends. So. All right, this next question: what is the best tool for API automation according to you?
API automation. I wonder if you mean
automation,
testing or like complete workflow. I know that Postman has been around a lot. I used it in the past a little bit. I don't really know what to recommend.
There's a lot of them out there. And I think I'm going to say it. It depends, right? It depends on what you're looking to automate, what the use case is that you are trying to automate for your API. If you're doing automated API testing, if you're doing any kind of like migrations, I think it will just depend on.
Yeah, especially like with the rise of AI right now, I'm pretty sure there are some startups building really cool, like semi-intelligent features of like scraping your API and letting you discover them. So I'm sure that new projects are rising every day.
Yeah, absolutely. And if since you brought up AI, and there wasn't any specific questions about it, how do you see that kind of maybe potentially impacting how we think about test data or mocking or in any kind of way? Is that something that you would see integrating well or not?
I think AI, just as mocking, is just another tool you can use to supercharge your experience. I use GitHub Copilot or Codepilot when testing. It does help writing repetitive tests when it's kind of easy to predict what I want to test. But for more complex tests, I would rather turn it off. So again, it's a tool you need to know. It's your responsibility when and how to use it, and to understand like that you sometimes need to pay extra attention to what the AI generates you.
Yeah, and I think I know I mentioned this before, but one of the reasons why people go to mocks is because obviously controlling your test data can be very difficult, and generating the test data and creating the seeds. And so if there's any way to do that from either test code or application code and handling all that for you, that's something I think would be a very good problem to solve, because it's a painful problem, or it can be. It can be, yeah. So. All right, I think we have time for one more question. If you have any other questions for Artem, make sure to get them submitted in Slido. So is an alternative integration with Postman possible? I'm not sure quite
I
what
suppose it implies MSW and Postman.
I think so, yeah.
I frankly haven't used it in a very long time to know where can we draw this common line. I'm sure it's possible, again, because MSW is a simple tool, and then Postman is a much more comprehensive tool. I hope Postman supports something like network archives, and this is, again, like where we can draw the common line, maybe. So I don't know. Yeah. Why don't you give it a try?
Yeah, and Postman's here, so if you want to ask them any questions or chat with them, let us know. Well, if you have any other questions, or if I didn't ask your question the right way, or we didn't address it, please feel free to chat with Artem, speaker Q&A, and here around the conference. But yeah, thank you so much for your great presentation and for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Wow, what a day. Thank you so much for being with us, for watching and participating in our discussions. Once again, thank you to our sponsors for your great support of TestJS Summit. Let's make some noise for them. Thank you so much for your support. Let's also give a big thanks to the whole Git Nation team for organizing this amazing event. You can subscribe to get more great talk recordings. All of today's recordings will be uploaded to portal.gitnation.org, and you can check them out there. Full ticket holders will get early access, and free attendees will have access in a month. Also, a quick reminder, if you are a full ticket holder, we do still have some great workshops for you. These are free workshops for full access ticket holders with the best trainers sharing their knowledge with you. Your feedback is so important to us. It helps us keep making this event better and better. There's a form available to you at testjssummit.com/feedback. You can leave your feedback and thoughts there. So go ahead and save the date for our upcoming big events, which will be held in Amsterdam in 2024. JS Nation 2024 is on June 13th and 17th, and React Summit 2024 is on June 14th and 18th. So make sure that you will be there for those great events. Thank you again all so much for being with us. We will see you on Monday for day 2 of TestJS Summit 2023. See you there. Cheers.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
The Postman API platform helps customers improve productivity and collaboration for their organizations, quality of APIs, and landscape-wide governance. Our platform provides the ability to organize your development, business, and cross-functional teams.